I keep a lighter in my back pocket all the time. I'm not a smoker. I just really like certain songs. I wonder how fast a zebra would have to run before it starts turning gray. Siamese twins are interesting because they're the only people who can write a biography and an autobiography at the same time. I bought a new pair of pajamas with pockets, which is great because now I don't have to hold things when I sleep. I find that a shirt is most similar to a napkin when I don't have a napkin. And when I'm holding a water balloon, so many things look so unnecessarily dry. These are just some thoughts I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Thank you guys for being here for another episode of KJ's What Happened, a look back on the week in madness. Excuse me, if you will. Oh, we know these shows are a bit of a potpourri. It could be a bit of this and a bit of that thrown in, but I promise to make it as engaging as possible and interesting. So thank you for being here. Had a lot of content yesterday, so I hope you checked out yesterday. I dropped a brand new video, and we did a fun live show last night about people having curses on them, spells, that whole situation, and found some fantastic stories for story time. So thanks for joining me last night if you were able to, and thanks for watching it, of course, later if you did. And if you didn't, what are you waiting for? I hope you guys are doing good. Hope you had a great week. Thanks again so much for being here with me to spend some time on your Saturday afternoon. It's always a pleasure, and there is, as always, plenty to get into today. So let's go ahead and jump on in. This story is not going away. It just continues. 13 now U.S. scientists and, excuse me, and 9 Chinese scientists and a prominent UFO researcher have all passed away. And I wonder if the one they're talking about is Nick Pope, because Nick Pope passed away recently too. He was a big UFO researcher, a part of kind of the whole disclosure movement. But there was another big death this week a lot of people are talking about, and that's David Wilcock. And a lot of people are wondering if he was involved in this, because the official story is that he took his own life. But I got a few videos on that we'll take a look at today. But as you can see, now it's even more scientists, and there's Chinese scientists also. So the same thing's been happening in China recently as it's been happening in America with some of their scientists. I assume all kind of related to the same kind of subjects they study. 15 agricultural spray drones were stolen from New Jersey facility, and they could be used for a chemical or biological attack. Good times. Wow. 15 stolen from New Jersey facility. How do they even get away with that, right? We shall see. We shall see. Drought shock unfolding across breadbasket of America. No freaking kidding, man. I'm here, and I'm so sick and tired of it. I just talked to my mom this morning, and we were both talking about how the weather changes are here and just how the last few years it's been completely off, and especially this year. So we didn't even have a fall. We were still having 90-degree weather in October, which is so crazy. We had like a week of a hard freeze. So like, you have all this heat, then a week of hard freeze, and then it's back to nothing. It's like we totally don't even really have a spring. We didn't really have a spring, didn't have much of a winter. Practically every day we're hitting record highs all the time. It's freaking crazy. And I hate it. It's times like this I wish I didn't live in America anymore. And it was never my intention. When I left for Costa Rica, I was finished with this place. But the accident brought me back. And as I've mentioned, my family's here, so I wanted to do the right thing and stay here for them, and I'm not going to complain about that. I'm glad I did. That's more important than my kind of selfish, ideas. But if I'd had it my way, I would never have been living back in America. I would have stayed in Central and South America. At this point, probably Peru, Brazil, and then Portugal also I've looked at. But anyway, enough about me. And this blazing, disgusting heat we're having in America, I hate it, man. And it's all the geoengineering, man. They messed with the weather so much, it's just we've lost our seasons. And then some people say there's the Bible change or the changes of seasons in the Bible also related to the end of days. There's a 4.0 magnitude earthquake reported near Cooter. That's a cool name. Missouri on the New Madrid fault line. Strongest in 20 years. And people have been watching the New Madrid for a long time. A lot of people believe that's going to split. But if I ever get another pet, or if I ever had a child, I'd have to name them Cooter. I like it. I don't know why. U.S. military wants to add an additional 44,500 active duty troops and reservists next year. Not surprised. LMNOP-aligned female bishop says the Bible has become a big problem and we need a third testament. Oh, you wicked brood of vipers. No. 4-day gay pride festival to be held at Dead Sea in Israel will be the largest in history for the Middle East. There we go. Good times. Good times. Bring your thong. I'm talking to the men. The penny is already dead. Could the nickel be next to go? Another step to cashless. And they are talking about that. A humanoid robot has just won a marathon world record in Beijing, China. The robots, they're taking over quickly. New federal bill would bring age verification to every operating system in America. And that's on the way, I'm not surprised. Eventually, they want to be able to tag and track everybody. That's what's coming. And then this is big because Spielberg teases a new alien film, Disclosure Days, more truth than fiction. We know, bro. We've seen. He'll be bringing in this movie the idea that the shifters, the aliens, are living amongst us and they look like human beings. Right. Demon face syndrome. Ohio bill would name Loveland Frog as official state cryptid. A bipartisan pair of Ohio lawmakers have introduced legislation that would designate the Loveland Frog, a regional legend dating back decades, as the state's official cryptid. I did a show on cryptids a while back, and I showed a map where all states have got cryptids, different types too. The bill describes the creature as a frog-like bipedal amphibian, roughly 4 feet tall, said to inhabit the banks of the Little Miami River near Loveland. It was first reported in the 1950s. The legend has persisted through decades of alleged sightings, evolving into a fixture of local storytelling and tourism. And there's actually a movie, like a found footage movie. They made a sequel recently, too, called Frogman. If you're into that kind of thing, you can check out Frogman. I want to share this one again because I'll probably have to put this one in a video also because I think it's one of the most interesting catches I've seen in a while when it comes to the shifters. And this was the last video I played last week, so I don't know if everyone got a chance to see it, but I want to play it again. Let's see, I don't know if I can make it any bigger. Unfortunately, I can't, but I will most likely be putting this in a video compilation with other things very soon because. And this didn't even get that many views. And this is the only place I've seen this video. And I think it's huge. I think it's a real big deal. Check it out.
Going on? Is this drug related, or was he really trying to take off his mask and what's underneath? Take a look at this video, comment below, tell me what you think.
What the fuck happened to your ears?
Wearing a mask, man.
Wearing a mask?
Yeah.
What the fuck kind of mask? Your mask have razors on it?
Hell yeah.
Damn, let me see the other ears, bro. You lying.
No, I'm just playing. No, it was a mask. It was
You should like something from The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings or something.
I closed it already.
This is the water we drink.
Here you go,
Nigga,
Brent. You got your boy with the drink?
what the fuck happened to your ears?
Seriously, look at that. I mean, it's weird. It's like if his face was a mask, it's almost like he grabbed his ears to pull the mask off, and as he was pulling, maybe it didn't come off, and it just stretched the ears out or something. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. Because even above like this thing that's extending out by his ear. Where's the actual? That doesn't look like a normal ear, does it? Where's the hole? I'm just saying.
I'm wearing a mask,
Look at that. Look like a regular ear at all.
man.
Wearing a mask.
Yeah.
What the fuck kind of mask? That mask have razors on it?
Hell yeah.
Damn, let me see the other ears, man. You lying.
No, I'm just playing though. It was a mask. It was
You
a
see like
tight
something from The
mask.
Hobbit or Lord of the Rings?
Yep, Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. I was thinking the same thing. That is a crazy catch. But, you know, you decide. Is it just some guy out of his mind on some substance? I've never seen anything like that. Have you? I've never seen anything like that. Very strange. And it didn't get many views. It's crazy, man. This is the kind of stuff I get excited about until I find out it's AI. But I did a grok on that, and it didn't say it was AI, so that's good. Google has a recording of every search that you've ever made, every place you've ever been, every YouTube you've ever watched. Go to myactivity.google.com right now. You'll find searches from 2015, voice recordings, and GPS coordinates, all stored, all linked to your name. And here's how to see it and delete it. So I haven't gone there yet. I might. I'm kind of scared to see. But if you're interested to see how you've been tracked by Google since 2015, go check out myactivity.google.com right now. Let us know what you find. If you're brave enough. I know, I don't know if I want to go look. Which religious system will the AC use for his one world government system? I, of course, know, or say I believe, it's going to be Islam. Even this newest video, I knew that would ruffle some feathers. I've had a lot of people, especially some on BitChute, no, it's, you got it all backwards. It's the Zionists. They're the ones that'll be the head choppers. There's not even that many, man. Open your eyes, sir. Which religion is spreading and massively taking over countries right now, all around the world? But you say it's the Zionists are going to be coming and chopping your head off. There's not that many of them. They're not spreading all around the world. They are becoming, that country, Israel, has become the most hated nation in the entire world. And all this is prophetic. It's not even a surprise. And people get real caught in that loop, man. They're going crazy over this stuff. But I'm seeing it time and time again. And when you guys are pushing that kind of nonsense, you're running cover for Islam, which is the real problem right now. But anyway.
Eli, which denomination or religion do you believe the Antichrist will use for the one world system? Oh, I didn't think anybody would ever ask me that question. But since many will unfollow because of my opinion on this, I will start with that. It is my opinion. But it's only my opinion because I know how the devil works. I know how the Antichrist man will portray himself. The Bible says he comes as an angel of light. He knows how to love. He knows how to say the right words. Most Christians, especially professing Christians, not born again ones, because they have spiritual discernment. Professing Christians are just Sunday Christians, pew warmers, religious people, will fall for his tactics because of his smooth speech. Therefore, my opinion is this: the Catholic religion. The Catholic Pope is trying to bring unity with other gods, other religions, the Muslim religion, the Sharia law. Ooh, that stuff that's coming to America. That's why it's my opinion that I believe that religion, Catholicism, will try to be used by the Antichrist to bring them all. See, they're already accepting things that are an abomination to God, what the Pope stands for and the Catholics. So therefore, the Antichrist can use that system, because it's the biggest religion in the world, spread like gangrene, and use that to say, we're going to accept this group. We're going to accept the Muslims. We're going to accept the Buddhists. We're going to accept the LGBTQ. We're going to accept, we're going to bring everything together. But my Bible says in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 3, when they are saying peace and safety, sudden destruction shall come upon them. God intervenes because they're mocking God. They're trying to bring other gods and other religions together, making it look like you got to love them, Eli. You got to bring peace and love. Oh, you're trying to love what God hates? Really? So because of that mentality, and I just watched the behavior of certain religious groups, and that's why my opinion, it's the Catholic religion. I believe that's what the Antichrist will use to pretend like it's love. You're supposed, and if me and you stand up where the Bible says we're haters, we're devils, we're going to be accused, just the way Jesus was accused. But the truth is the truth in the Bible. We stand firm on the truth.
Thanks, Eli. It's Eli Yoder. He sees it too. He sees the Chrislam of it all. He sees it all coming together as well. It's pretty obvious at this point. I'm just saying. And the Bible says there'll be one world religion. Here I'll say it, Gypsum. Islam. I just like to say Islam. It's just me. It says they don't even try to hide it anymore. Yeah, this is just a really weird one. I'm not sure what to make of it. You let me know what you think. Because I'm not sure what he's trying to hide on this, but he does make kind of a weird maneuver. Check this out. Watch his mouth. It's like a weird tooth thing happens. Did his tooth just come out? Or is it gum? Is that his tooth missing right there? Is that what that is? I don't know, but I guess they're kind of insinuating it might be he's a shifter or something. His tooth came out and he put it back in. Maybe he told the audience it was gum he was chewing on or something. I don't know. Or is it gum? Again, maybe it's nothing, right? I'm not sure about that one, but okay. You decide. It's Adrian Brody. It's the actor. I believe that, yeah. Says this is, yeah, look at this. It's already weird enough that these robots exist, but the fact that they can just pack themselves away at the end of the day makes it feel even more unsettling. It's just more of the advancements of some of these robots. It's that corporate upbeat music. Someone said in chat that Adrian Brody said it was gum at the time. So, all right, maybe it was. I really don't know. But I figured we'd check it out. You know what I mean? Missing scientist update. And this, like I said, this has been a huge story this week and still developing, even now. So, and the fact that the news, I guess, had been out there, but I just discovered this week that it had been happening in China also.
Since we've got the first big update to a crazy story that we've been following here at the White House. Yesterday, I asked the president about these missing scientists and whether or not he thought that their disappearances and deaths were connected or random. He said he hoped random because it's serious stuff. Well, now we have learned from the press secretary that they are going to be looked at all as one. Listen to this on X. In light of the recent and legitimate questions about these troubling cases and President Trump's commitment to the truth, the White House is actively working with all relevant agencies and the FBI to holistically review all of the cases together and identify any potential commonalities that may exist. That is a huge update. Maybe there's something, maybe there is nothing. But a lot of people have questions about this. I asked about it because I started to get texts about this story from people who don't work in the news, don't follow the news. And thank you to the press secretary and the president for following up.
Yeah, I am glad it's getting national attention. It should be. And, not all these kinds of cases do. They had, years ago around the 2020 situation, had a lot of holistic and natural healers and doctors disappearing, if you guys remember that, and passing away. And hey, a lot of them took their own lives, oddly enough. C. Gato 1290, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Sent 10 memberships. And a shout out to the members here on YouTube. Really appreciate your support here. Posting a video this week of Chubs for you guys. So be ready. Be on the lookout. But thank you. I really appreciate it. The question here is, why is 67-year-old Madonna acting like a 17-year-old? So this is kind of goofy. She's out of her mind. The last video I showed you guys of her, remember, it looked like somebody was wearing a Madonna mask, and it looked like her head was bigger than her body. Do you guys remember that? So she's just a weird one, to me, something to watch. Not sure what's going on. She's 67. That's her boyfriend with the white t-shirt next to her. I don't know. She's having fun, I guess. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I wonder if someone put it up here that says, I'm gay now, with the grandma here. Okay, Madonna, let's get you to bed. Yeah, so she's done this kind of thing, but this is just a strange one to look at. I don't know. But after all those years and all those rituals and bringing in all that evil into yourself, it's going to have an effect, New commercial-grade autonomous robotic lawnmowers are being used in America. Awesome, but not. They're taking your jobs. Y'all watch your jobs now. It says, y'all watch your jobs now. Them saxophones getting louder. Pretty cool looking. I bet it's super expensive. All these new lawnmowers, they're always advertising them out here where I'm at. Freaking expensive, man. Thanks, Peaceful Warrior. Thanks, David Reif. Catholic means universal. It's the universal religion. The Pope is the false prophet. Barry Obama is the AC. God bless you all. Stay prayed up. Time's short. You and I are on the same page, man. Remember, I always throw it out there. We have different ideas and opinions. Some of us as brothers and sisters in Christ just agree to disagree. I don't start hating somebody if they don't believe exactly as I see. And I am also not forceful with that, like, you gotta believe it. It's like, I'm easy going with it, man. You know what I mean? Because I understand how hard it is to believe some of these concepts and just how wild stuff is. I get it. So Amazon is using large Sunbelt rental generators now to charge their electric delivery vehicles. You get it? So they're still using the fossil fuels. These generators are powered by diesel fuel. So they're using diesel fuel to charge their electric vehicles to, quote, go green. Someone make it make sense. So they're getting charged. But wait. Yeah, and then there's where here's the generators with the fuel. And they're going into the electric charge station. And we're going green. It just, again, shows you just the deceptions, the lies, that a lot of people just buy this. Probably don't even question that at all, Head in the sand and all. Here's one from Joe Rogan. Let's check this out.
The government has to give you money because there's no jobs left. And if all this money is being generated by AI, like Elon suggests, and you get universal high income, you got to be really careful that that doesn't come with a bunch of rules, new rules for your behavior, for social media posting, any kind of, like, if they develop some sort of an app that tracks like your social credit score, that's when shit gets fucking super scary. If, like, they attach the amount of money you have to your social credit score,
Yeah.
which is what they do in China.
Well, do you see those flock cameras now? I think there's this.
Yeah.
And there's this thing in Florida where police officers, they were testing this somewhere, and shout out police officers for doing their best. But where they were testing, when they pull somebody's identification, they can see their last few, like, bank transaction stuff, so they kind of know who they're interacting with and what they've been up to.
Well,
It's all a
unless
little
you've
bit. It's like a centimeter here, a
done
centimeter
a
there.
crime, and they're trying to find out how you did the crime, they should have no access to your shit, especially police officers.
I'm just saying.
You're just people, and also sometimes corrupt.
Sometimes. You guys are seeing it. We've seen that connection for quite a while. It's going to be a grid. It's like an electric grid. Rut row. Video got taken down, it looks like. Okay. That happens a bunch on X, I've noticed. I don't know why. American walks through downtown Minneapolis to show you just how terrible it is now. Closed businesses, empty malls, no one out shopping during lunchtime. She goes to areas that used to be full of people when she was growing up, but Democrats have destroyed the city with their forced immigration, as you know, the unwelcome visitors.
Because people told me, oh, I wasn't doing the right thing by not going to the Skyways. So we're going to take to the Skyways. And I've already driven past a couple of empty storefronts. And I was told that the Target is very vibrant. So we're going to check out Vibrant Target downtown, baby. Which that was a big deal to get a downtown Target. I personally thought it was stupid because it became just like, you know, Target in what had been a luxury like shopping venue. Let's see what happens. First of all, for a little reference, if you know, you know. Because of course, now for the record, since I was a small child, I would get lost in the part of the Skyways. That's why I've mostly avoided them, but we're gonna do it. And we've got another empty storefront right there, which again, people being like, you're lying. Well, you were getting a reflection because I'm staring at emptiness. Target Plaza. It's lunchtime and it's a beautiful day. Lunchtime. Okay, it's like 63 degrees out, which for Minneapolis, you know, is like amazing. Yes, the locals there, but it's lunchtime. For the record, it is 1 p.m. I think I might grab a midday beer when I'm done just to support everybody. Staff inside there are literally just standing by the door because there are no customers. Still though, I love these buildings. Shoot, I forgot to grab my gym bag. I could have gone to the Y. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Here we go. Got our obligatory pop.
Dead mall.
The last time I was here, actually, I was meeting a friend for lunch. She, on her lunch break at US Bank, she was actually helping me proofread a manuscript because before I became a complete city advocate, I was a writer and an actress. Okay, I might get lost. That small business called Subway Sandwiches seems to have a couple of customers. Empty. 100% completely empty. I don't know, this is all blocked off. I can only go back the way I came in. When I had security follow me because nobody's here. City Center or IDS? We're gonna go to City Center first. On whether or not videos are considered free speech. But like, how deranged is that? So I promised him I'd turn my phone off, but I am unable to document. Apparently you're not supposed to, so you're not supposed to take any pictures in City Center. Not even still photographs. I said, I'm just documenting myself. He wouldn't let me do that. He followed me and he put me on the radio. And then he started describing me. He didn't even say male or female. He goes, I've got a yellow jacket. And I was like, whatever, bro. Vibrant.
All dead.
It might be open, but it's not.
Looking bad out there, man. But, you know, we'll see what happens with all the investigations into the corruption out there. I'm hoping we see something really good. I do have an Eon Omar update for you today, though, so stay buckled in for that one. She's such a monster. This guy had been staying in an Airbnb in Los Angeles for 2 full weeks. Here's a crazy one. But then he suddenly noticed a window he hadn't paid attention to before. Yeah, you know, I wonder how many B&B, because I've seen this before, not this one, but other places where people rent out their homes for B&B, but they stay in there hidden the whole time the people are there. You know, it's like we've seen several different videos where people discover the secret rooms Even had a couple of the people actually come out. Oh, hi. What are you doing here?
So this room here doesn't exist inside. So that there, we only noticed it today. We've been here for like 2 weeks, but you've got the bedroom where the window is warded off. You've got the bathroom here, and then you have this room. We never noticed it before, but I've just heard a guy playing computer games inside that room. But that room, you cannot get into. So when you walk through, like that is that room where the TV is. That is the room. And then, like you can see it from here, like the gap between outside to the bathroom, which is here. Bathroom window. And then the bedroom, but the bedroom's been plasterboarded over where the window is on the outside. So
Oh, that's weird.
that's what you can see on the
So
outside.
there's a
the
whole
bedroom window.
compartment in there, I'm sure.
The bathroom. And then this is where you can hear a guy playing computer games, which is fucking weird.
That is weird. That'd be hard to be comfortable there, wouldn't it?
Like, there's no other way in. See if you can hear it.
Volume up, lads. Kinda. Yeah. You can hear some little dings and dings.
I mean, this is like locked up. So maybe that's the way in, but
Probably where the
So
rest of the
fucking
family is. Chilling out.
room, bathroom, fake room in the home with no entrance.
That is
And there's a
weird.
dude in there right now gaming. How weird is that?
I know, and then what can you do as the person that's renting that B&B out? Is there something you can do? I mean, I don't know the rules. I've never done that. I've never had a B&B, but or rented one, but are there rules there where they say the house will be empty or something like that? Because if there is, if there's, like I'd probably just video and confront the guy, just to maybe mess. But again, I don't know. Does he have access through that window? And then there's no access apparently in the inside. Makes me wonder if that wall where the TV was is one of those type you push on and it kind of, spins around. You've seen those in the movies. Or Magic Castle in Los Angeles. You ever heard of Magic Castle? They have that kind of stuff in there too. Yeah, 9/11. Still getting them all the time. Just remember, it's like we're right there. I've been saying it for a while now, and he confirms that with me through these numbers. It was 111 for over a decade now, still getting them, and then the 9/11s now for a good year. This man says I did everything right, and it still feels impossible. This is interesting because when I see a story like this is a young person, part of the younger generation in our world now, that's living in the end, and they're starting to see it clearly. It's like there is no path forward. There is no real future because the system's stealing your future right now, all of you, and especially by bringing AI in as quick and fast as they're doing it and building up these data centers and everything. So the system's coming in. This is somebody who is in the fourth age of man, but he can see the fifth age coming because that's what's happening, and that'll be the tribulation, the final age of man. Let's check this out, though. Maybe some of you young folks out there feel the same.
My experience since graduating college has been an absolute slap in the face. And I did everything right. I networked, I applied online. The only interviews I got were for MLM companies where in the interview you realize it's nothing like the job description. You're actually going to just be a door-to-door salesman selling mobile phones. Nobody's buying a mobile phone off a guy knocking on your door. No shot, dude. Like, are you kidding me? So what do? I get to the point where I just need income. I get a cafe job. Guess what? The cafe is stealing tips from the baristas and giving it to management and the owners. How do we find out? We added up all our tips, all the baristas for a single month, and it was nowhere near what the POS said it should be. So what do? We file with the DLSE, Department of Labor Standards Enforcement, and a couple weeks go by, I give them a call. I'm like, hey, what's up? We just filed with you. Turns out there's a backlog of 2 years. 2 years, bro. Like, what? There's nothing you can do, bro. In 2 years until they even just look at your case. They're not even looking at it, let alone taking action for 2 years. You can just get stolen from. You can just get stolen from. And for what? Because I will never afford a house. I will never afford kids in this country. Like, what are we doing? And like, only thing keeping me here is my friends and family. And I'm giving this like 1 more year. You know, I'm trying to pivot. I'm going to get my EMT certification, get on the statewide eligibility list to become a firefighter, something that I probably should have looked at before I got, you know, paid tens of thousands of dollars to go to college. But like, if that doesn't pan out, I am out of here. I am out of here. Cause like, it's either that or day trading works. And like, day trading, are you kidding? Making money off imaginary money? What type of life is that, man? My strategy isn't working yet. Like, whatever, dude. I do not have high hopes.
Yeah, he's not the only one. There's real popular channels on YouTube where they'll just do these big compilations of videos and it's react videos is what it is. Those are very popular. But I've seen a lot of these channels that do those and they're filled up with videos like this of people just, all they can see is a brick wall, you know? We understand, sir. I know. It's rough for you youngins, but best get to Christ because that's your future. Jesus is your future. All of us. Robots now replacing humans at this restaurant due to short staffing and not being able to find good help. Right. This is from Eli Yoder.
California. That's where the world's first ever fully autonomous AI-powered restaurant has opened, complete with burger flipping bots.
This automated grill gives the meat its sizzle as this restaurant goes robotic.
For this burger, it would take about 120 seconds.
Cali Express by Flippy is the world's first AI-powered eatery. There's new technology outside the kitchen, too. A cheeseburger. Order kiosks use facial recognition to remember you, your favorite food,
oh, that's real cool.
and how you like to pay. Then watch the robots work. No humans required.
We can't get enough people to come out to work on fryers and grills and their dangerous jobs. And this automation helps solve a lot of those issues.
62% of restaurants report being understaffed. Industry experts say most of those unfilled jobs could be done by robots.
Yeah. That's the excuse. I mean, it's coming no matter what. You see all these people, I see these compilation videos, I can't find a job, all the time. It's like, what are you looking for? Start off with the burgers. You get some money in your pocket and you build your way up like we all did. But we're a different generation. We really had that freedom and we could see a future, in my generation coming up when I was that young man's age we saw earlier. There's still a future in America and the madness wasn't happening like it's happening now. Man shows off, this is a pretty wild video and it's fairly short, but just take a look at this and really let it sink in. This guy shows off all of the meat that he got from one single cow. One cow gave him all this meat. Look at this.
This is everything I got from one whole beef. This beef came in at 680 pounds. I got roasts, steaks, hamburger, offals, tallow, all in one beef. This can feed a family for a little over a year, and this is why most people go this route. This is everything I got.
Dude, right? Seriously. Delicious. I'll take it all. Please. You know, that's another thing that's really, now, at least where I live, they seem to have gone away, but a good meat market, a good butcher's market. We don't have anything out here like that. That used to be a thing. We have relatives in Cherokee, Oklahoma, and one of them had a meat market, one of my uncles, many years ago. And my dad would go out there and see them, and he'd come back, and he'd always have all these white wrapped up packages of meat, all the time. It was pretty cool. This teenage babysitter has the voice of a Disney princess. Yeah, this is pretty wild. This is the mother calling in to talk to the babysitter, checking on the child. But check out this girl's voice. It's pretty amazing.
Questions and get some answers. What's a fire and what is it? What's the word? Burn. When's it my turn? Wouldn't I love to enjoy the chore above? Out of the sea. Wish I
Love it. I just love it. That's such a cool talent to have a wonderful singing voice. If I was that girl's father, I'd be encouraging her to start a YouTube. Like, just get some social media going and sing your songs, man. Let your little light shine. Get your talent out there. You got to use them. That's what it's there for. He gives us gifts and talents, but some people bury their talent. I'll bury my talent and return it to you, Lord. And we know that's not the right idea. You take your talents and you grow them. I was just talking the other day, like, I'm sorry that I don't have time to explore even more. I wish I had the time to get deeper into the music over here. I've got some equipment I mess around with, but I wish I had more time for that. I'd do that, and I could build something unique and then do it the way I do my videos. I could have, still about him, but it's not going to come off all super religious or even too worldly. It'd be weird and interesting. It's what I love, weird, interesting, strange. And the music I come up with is that. So, and to make a movie, man. I would love to, if I had time to make a movie in this world, man. I've got a couple really cool scripts that I could shoot fairly cheap. And one is about a cop in a small town having to go to battle against a bunch of Masons. Of course. It's pretty cool. I think. Anyway, I like my stuff, but I'm my number one biggest fan. I can't help it. You should be. You gotta be a fan of yourself, man, too. You know what I mean? Gotta love yourself, encourage yourself. Man, my father could really use this thing right here. It's an amazing invention. He's getting surgery on his legs next month. So I'm going to be over there to help out how I can at the house, but he has a real hard time walking, hard time standing up. He's still able to, and he still runs his business. He's had for over 40 years. But dang, man, when I saw this, like, this would really be a huge problem solver. I bet y'all know some people in this world that could use something like this.
Honda has just unveiled an incredible invention, a mobility assistance device that even allows people with disabilities to walk again. At first glance, the device looks as sleek as a pair of high-end athletic shoes combined with a protective frame. However, hidden beneath its refined exterior is an intelligent exoskeleton system. Sensors are embedded in the sole of the shoe. As soon as the user leans slightly forward or gently lifts their heel, the system instantly recognizes their intention to take a step. Tiny motors at the knee and hip joints then generate force at precisely the right moment, lifting the user's leg and moving it forward in the most natural way. For people with disabilities, this is an opportunity to once again see the world from the height of a standing person, rather than from the perspective of someone in a wheelchair. This is a major step forward in breaking down physical barriers, bringing confidence and smiles to those who long to once again be free on their own feet.
Right? That's beautiful, man, because, we're so used to, at least I'm used to seeing technology these days, and all of it is nefarious. All of it, we can see how it's going to play a role in enslaving humanity. But this, oh my goodness. I really need to do a follow-up and just see. I wonder how much one of those things are, you know? And I wonder if your insurance, if his insurance would cover some of that. I don't know if it's even available yet, but I shall be looking. The most radicalizing content on the internet is old footage of Americans shopping in stores 25 years ago. It's calm, quiet, civil, no fighting, no screaming, no phones, not even overtly crowded. You can't quite describe it, but you miss it so deeply. I remember these days. I'm in that age range. Do you remember these days?
New releases at Walmart. Video games. Hey girl, ride a magic carpet and explore enchanted lands with the Barbie Magic King Adventure for Game Boy Color. Journey through 5 different lands.
Even 2 weeks ago, it's not saying
Baby horses to fly. As you solve all kinds of games and puzzles and become the ultimate master genius. Barbie Magic King Adventure for Game Boy Color is ESRB rated E for everyone and available now. Hi, how you doing?
To see just once, there seems to be no sign of intelligent life.
Let's go to the side.
They don't do that anymore in Walmart, running constant commercials. Back when toys for children were really meant for children, for the most part.
And the brand new Riverwalk
Christmas time.
all available now in the Walmart Home Entertainment Department.
Gray skies are gonna clear up. Blue happy face. What's on the clouds and cheer up. Blue happy face. We're
And adventures of Santa Claus.
no more computer.
Learn the true story of the boy who became the man who became Santa Claus. I think it makes
No, it's sold out. Everything is sold out.
it's a warm and wonderful Even when gifts are great.
Who psyched it came out? My brother dared me to do it. I didn't think I could keep up.
Some dude just standing there with his camera, staring at this lady.
Now,
Oh, remember that? Oh, they still sell some hard copy music at Walmart, but none of it's stuff I'd want to own. But that's another thing we had back in the day. It was one of my favorite things when I was in my late teens, pretty much all through my 20s. I was even doing it in the Coast Guard, but I'd always find a really cool indie music store with all the discs, right? But just, I like, if you check my playlist out, I've got a music playlist. It's the music I use in videos. It's also the music that I just like. It's over on Spotify. It's a public playlist called KJ Osborne, Ozborne. You can get an idea of the kind of music I like, and I'm sure a lot of the bands you probably never heard of, because I've always just cared about the music, and I find some of the best music, you find a YouTube video of a couple kids in a garage banging around on drums, and it's one of the coolest sounds I've heard. That's the way I look at it. So, yeah, check it out. Check out the playlist if you're interested. And I do still make music videos. I had somebody ask about that in under one of my videos recently. Why don't you do that anymore? And it's just straight up because of the copyright issues on YouTube. And if you start getting enough copyright issues built up on your channel, you get marked. It's not good. The best thing to do is to keep it clean. I learned a lot of lessons from the scariest movie ever. But I still will make music videos independently, and I'll put them up over on my other platforms other than YouTube. So I just did one a few weeks back. The old gods, or the gods of child sacrifice, have returned for the end. You can go find that out there if you're interested. But I'll be doing more. I'm always got, those are fun projects I'm tinkering with in the background. I've got one. The name will probably change. It's called Mama's Little Girl Ain't a Girl No More. And we'll see if the name changes. But so I'm always working on something. I'll have more music videos out there. Universal high income. Again, this is from Elon Musk. Via checks issued by the federal government is the best way to deal with unemployment caused by AI. And this is all part of the plan anyway, as you know. AI robotics will produce goods and services far in excess of the increase in the money supply, so there will not be inflation. 68.9 million views. This guy says, I respectfully disagree. It doesn't address the sense of purpose issue. Exactly. A lot of people go to work every day feeling needed, like they matter. Take that away, and you're left with an unlimited, and what you're left with is unlimited free time, meaning more Netflix, video games, consumption of X-rated content over doing something productive. I love my free time when I get it, but if I don't work for it, I don't appreciate it. Too much free time with any structure might not be the best thing for humanity. Well stated, sir. The Vigilant Fox. Vigilant Fox. Well stated, sir. Yeah. And that's why when they asked Yuval Noah Harari, then what will happen to the humans? Because they're all on the same page, just like Elon. The human beings will be playing video games and doing drugs. You know, like really, like that's the plan. That sounds absolutely miserable. I hope that Maid is available in those days. I'm just kidding. But that sounds miserable. Here's a truth seeker. To everyone that's joined my journey of trying to find the truth so far, you guys know how weird I can get. Yep. But that's why we love you, sis.
I got asked a very interesting question that has been hard to put into like a 3-minute video because there's so much information, but it basically was along the line of how can someone like myself with a degree in molecular biology and biochemistry believe in God, especially with my scientific background. Now, I'm going to tell you that my journey of awakening started when I was 21. I'm 40, and I've gone down almost every single rabbit hole known to man. I've read from the Vedas, the Hindu religion, all the way back to the ancient Egyptian religions, all the way to now, including the Kabbalah with a K, the Talmud, the Quran, the Old Testament, New Testament, the missing books, and then New Age religions, and all of the other mystic things that are out there, just to see if there is a connection between all of them. And lo and behold, there was. But once I started to actually realize and study esoteric knowledge, divine.
Now remember that I don't believe she has Christ because of videos like this. So we'll see where she goes with this, but I pray for this one for sure. Because she is very wise in a lot of other things, and that's why I share a lot of her clips. She has a lot of wisdom about things happening in the world, but you know, the most important bit of wisdom ever is knowing Christ. That's it. It's all for what? You know, if you die here and you were never redeemed, it's all for what? You know?
Geometry or sacred geometry and symbolism, which is how the elites, you know, communicate with each other, I started to realize that science was only trying to explain the things that we see on a basis of the technology that we have available. But there was a question that I asked my professor, which actually sent me down this journey, and I asked him, how is it mathematically probable that something like our DNA, which is a perfect helix shape with mathematical precisions out of this world, that has junk DNA, how did that come out of Big Bang theory and evolution when it is so mathematically precise, even as it is being passed down from generation to generation, that the mutation is so small? And also everything that happens with evolution, extra things kind of get thrown out because it's nature's way of preserving energy. However, our DNA, that's so-called junk DNA, has apparently been around with us for millennia and has never once disappeared, kind of like other physical traits that do. Then when you start to realize that sacred geometry is seen almost on every cellular level, from plants to our own bodies to trees to the earth, you start to realize that there is a whole nother world out there that science cannot explain because we don't have the technology for it. And so that is kind of what set me down the road of, hey, what is written in all of these religious books? So I started off with the ancient Egyptian religions, Then I went on to like the Hindu, the Vedas. Then I went to the Kabbalah with a K, the Talmud, the Quran. Then I read the Old Testament, New Testament, and all of the other books in between. And I started to realize that, hey, they were actually trying to tell us stories, almost like a Da Vinci Code style level, not meant for those with opaque eyes and no discernment. And that is where things started to get really interesting. Now, I'm only telling you kind of the surface level of things because I only have 3 minutes on something that would probably take me 5 hours to show you all of my research since I was 21. Maybe I should do a podcast on that. I don't know. Maybe I should do like a live tour and just come talk to you guys in person. I don't know, dudes. But anyways, that's how my journey started, and that's why I believe in God.
Okay, good. So see, I wasn't sure about, because I never really heard her mention Jesus, so I don't know. But so maybe I was wrong on that one. Good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't sure, because there's other people that I share on here sometimes that don't know him yet, but you know they're really wise, really smart about things happening in the world. So I don't just kick someone to the curb. They're not one of us. No, man, you love on them, and give them respect and try to lead them and guide them and be a good example. This house in Iowa was deluged with hail from severe storms that swept across the state this week. Yeah, we had some crazy storms this week. Had some tornadoes in my state. Besides all the windows needing to be replaced, they're going to need a new roof as well. Look at how crazy some of these storms get. Texas have had some really bad ones, really bad hailstorms, I remember. And you see the images of these cars. I mean, windows crashed out, just beaten up. It's bad. You turn that down a little bit. You're listening to the hail busting through these windows. Little balls of ice coming at your window at 100 miles an hour. You'd think you'd at least try to go put a blanket up or something. I don't know. I couldn't just stand there and film that. I don't know, man. Wouldn't you try to put something up there to block it? Anyway, that's the world today. Instead of going and taking care of the problem, I'm going to film this and get some views. I'm going to get some clicks. Check this out. Look how crazy this is. Yeah, it's my living room. It's whatever. It's a cool video, right? I don't get it. I would not like that. Would not like that. Beware of the AI crotch cameras. Check this out. This has been big talk I've seen this week as well. Look at this. And they're everywhere, I tell you.
Officially, they are called mobile phone and seatbelt detection cameras, but many people know them by a more descriptive name, crotch cams. That's because they photograph your groin and upper thighs as you drive beneath them. The images of your groin area can then be analyzed by AI to determine if you might have had a phone in your hand or on your thigh as you were driving, or if you were not wearing your seatbelt. These cameras can also send real-time photos of your crotch to a police officer sitting in his or her car as you drive past them. In this video, we will explore this relatively new type of surveillance camera, public safety camera, that is already being trialed or implemented in 20 states across America. We will then explore the question of whether more cameras are really the best way to save lives, or if there are better ways to spend our tax dollars. The event will be held at 2 p.m. Eastern on Friday, May 21, to mistake what I am about to say as me not caring about highway safety or taking it seriously. I do, both as a caring human being and as a vulnerable road user myself. First, let's quickly address the public safety gaslighting that many people frequently use to try and demonize anyone who asks questions about the need for more surveillance cameras. Garrett Langley, the CEO of Flock Safety, labeled critics of his multi-billion-dollar surveillance company as, quote, the same activists that want to defund the police, weaken public safety, and normalize lawlessness. This is a rhetorical fallacy known as poisoning the well. Langley claims people who disagree with what he is doing have bad motives and therefore no one should listen to them. Intelligent people can and should debate ideas without resorting to name-calling and impugning the motives of those who disagree with.
All right, he's slowing me down a bit. Let's go ahead and move ahead. I thought there'd be a little more info, sir. You got to get to the point, my man. We're here for knowledge. Noise pollution from data centers is harming both families and livestock. They don't belong in anyone's backyard. And let's check this one out here. Again, man, this has been a big story, the data centers. I'm so happy to see the community standing up against it all over.
Kids close to these data centers are starting to have heartburn. Elderly folks are kids close to these data centers are starting to have heartburn. Elderly folks are having higher rates of early onset dementia. Chickens lay 50% less eggs. We are seeing calves, cows, goats, and sheep and pigs lose 30% of their body weight.
That was a short one. It's a short one, but just showing that there is an effect on people, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of this, even studies. I'd like to see some real studies on that, how these are affecting these communities. I mean, for one, the noise pollution's enough. I think I have another one this week, but I shared last week, somebody just walked up to one and filmed it and said, this is what we hear constantly, and they're huge. These centers are massive. You saw the one girl drive down the highway, or a little back road, because these are getting put out in the middle of the country, out in the middle of nowhere. And she filmed it the entire time. It was like miles long, these things. Says, this is freaking disgusting. I'm totally at a loss of rational thought at the horrific actions of these freaks. Should I be playing this on today's show? Let's see what this was. Let me see.
No. Not like I want food hungry, or like an erotic hunger. Like I'm ridden with sexual energy and I can control you with one lustful look. Better.
When old clips like this resurface and you watch them back, there is no wonder why this woman has gone on the missing list and has been fleeing and running away from all the heat that is on her and her fellow colleagues and peers. So the question is, when things like this were getting said, where were the people that should have been expressing outrage and calling this out for what it is, which is completely and utterly wrong? There is no context or any way where it's okay to say something like that to a little one. These people are truly warped, and the sooner we start boycotting them, like everyone has to this one, the better.
I'll watch it again. Here's the clip.
Hungrier. No. Not like I want food hungry, or like an erotic hunger. Like I'm ridden with sexual energy and I can control you with one lustful look. Better.
Yeah, like, that's not funny. It's never funny. She's such a creep. And her Epstein-style stage, come on. But we all have to stand before the Lord someday. And everything will be seen. Like, nothing's hidden. And you're standing in front of the creator of everything, man. Everything. Everything. Even us. He knew you before you were born. That one sticks with me. Just want to be reunited, Hey, this right here, what I'm about to show you, is better than any action film I've seen in the last few years. And a really great commentary also. We got a rabbit being chased by a couple dogs, but check this chase out. This is like seriously amazing. Watch this.
Yeah, I think they're the best of all time, the Dudley Boys. What is this? It seems to be some sort of aerial shot footage, maybe from a drone. Oh, I see two dogs running, or at least I assume those are dogs, coyotes, something of that nature. Oh, wait, it's snow on the ground. Oh, that's a bunny. It seems like, oh no, they're chasing the bunny. They must be rabid dogs or something. Run, bunny, the little bunny that could. Escape to freedom. Oh no, but it seems like the river's frozen, so the bunny can't cross. Oh no! This might be natural selection. The bunny might get cooked. Oh no, there's freedom right there. Oh, there's a fence though. There's a fence obstructing its path. Oh Lord, the bunny's in trouble. It's cornered between the fence and the frozen river. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, damn, the dogs are closing in. I think that's like Honda and Growlithe. The bunny's forced to go and take the ice. All right, it's able to cross the ice. At least it's attempted. It made it through the ice, not the immigration and custom enforcement. All right, here we go. Come on, bunny. Come on, Jesus Christ. Growlithe closing in on it. The bunny's able to make the move. Come on, bunny, to freedom. Do not die like this. Come on, bunny. Damn, they got a corner. Not anymore. Take off, bunny. Extreme speed. Look at that 40-yard dash time. Are you kidding me? Oh, Lord, Tyreek Hill, Deion Sanders, Bo Jackson. Oh, fuck. The dog's got the speed, too. Growlithe is closing in. Honda taking chase. The bunny's got nowhere to go. It's a foot race to freedom. The bunny able to make a move. Come on, bunny. Come on, bunny. Come on, bunny. Move. Move! Your life depends on. Are we about to watch a murder? Oh, come on, buddy. Yeah, look at the vertical leap. Shit! Growlithe is right there. Buddy's still taking off. The separation is incredible, bro. The breakaway speed. It's like Jerry Rice off of a slant. This brother got incredible speed, bro. Somebody needs to test a 40-yard dash of that bunny. Here comes the Growlithe, and then Honda doesn't have the same speed as Growlithe. Oh, Lord. Buddy's cornered again. Buddy's cornered again. Space go. Yeah! That's how you make a move. Mystical Space Typhoon. Did you see the footwork? Took his ankles. LaShawn McCoy in open space. Come on, buddy. Oh, there was another rodent, or I should say feline, some sort of animal that took off, maybe a deer or so. All right, buddy. All right, buddy. It's a foot race yet again. Honda does not have the stamina to keep up, but it seems like Growlithe is still keeping chase. Bro, this buddy's been running for his life for like 2 minutes. Come on, buddy. Take off. Take off. Yo, everybody's got the stamina on 100%, bro. Somebody use a GTH or something. Take off, buddy. Here comes Growlithe still in chase. Honda falling out of the goddamn camera shot. Hey. Come on. Yes, Growlithe fell. Take off, buddy. Take off, buddy. To freedom. To freedom. To freedom. Yes! The bunny survives. Growlithe and Honda was nowhere to be found. The bunny's taking off to freedom. Survival. All right. The bunny lives.
That was awesome. Told you, man. What an action movie, huh? Dang, those bunnies can go fast. It's insanely fast. That's the hype man, I'll tell you right there. Something is off, this gentleman says. See if he's onto something.
Did you guys hear about this? So last night, Donald Trump posted this video of Frank Sinatra's song My Way with the lyrics that say, "And now the end is near." The lyrics say the end is near. What is Donald Trump trying to say here? Do you guys realize what this means? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I don't. But here's what I do know. The end is near. Jesus is coming back. But if you're on Team Jesus, it's not the end. It's the beginning of forever. If you've read the Bible, you would know the end is near. And I'm not saying this to scare people. I'm saying this to wake people up. Everything Jesus said would happen right before he comes back is literally happening right in front of our eyes. Yes. And we are in the last second of the last days. And I have bad news. Times will get harder. The world will get darker. But I also have the greatest news of all time. Jesus Christ is coming back. And if you're not on Team Jesus, there's no other way to put it than you're cooked. You need to get on Team Jesus. And I say that in the most loving way possible. Jesus said he is the way, the truth, and the life. He didn't say he's a way, part of the truth, and some of the life. He said he's the only way. There's only one way to heaven. There's only one winning team, and it's Team Jesus. And he's coming back so soon. I don't care if I look crazy. They thought Noah was crazy until it started to rain. And Jesus said the last days would be like the days of Noah, where people are just eating and drinking and going on about their everyday life, and then boom, that sky cracks open, Jesus comes back, and everybody's gangster until Jesus comes back. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. If it sounds like I'm being hateful, that's because the truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. Jesus didn't say be scared of his return. He said be prepared. He said when you see these signs, look up, because your redemption is drawing near. So yes, the end is near. But if you're on Team Jesus, the end is just the beginning of forever. But anyways, I'm done yapping. Who else is on Team Jesus?
Love it. Well done, sir. Well said. I'm the same. Our blessed hope. Our blessed hope. It's time to look up. It's time to look up.
Yo, so I just got back from
Chipotle. What are you doing? You know, I just noticed, I guess it was a few days back, but fairly near to my home, over next to near one of the fire stations over there, they just built a Chipotle. I don't remember the last time I actually ate at a Chipotle. It's been a long time. But I remember showing you all that clip a few weeks ago of the CEO of Chipotle talking to somebody about how people are complaining about the prices, and he says, I don't care. We'll keep them where they're at because we'll just, the wealthier people will come eat. They're still going to come. So screw the people looking for a special meal deal, I guess. It's not cool. Let's hear what he has to say about Chipotle.
Chipotle, so I'm gonna just tell y'all the real spill about Chipotle and what y'all really eating, bro. As you can see, I was on grills. So I basically know everything. So boom, the chicken already comes made and seasoned already, bro. All we have to do is just take it out the box and put it on the grill for 10 minutes. And if you have fat on your chicken, that's because Chipotle don't want to lose money and throw that chicken out.
Yeah.
Also with the steak comes in the box. We had to take out the box and marinate it yourself. But bro, if the meat is already paused, if the steak and the chicken is already made and has mad fat and is mad yucky,
Yeah, they have a lot of
before I
fat.
started working at Chipotle, I dead ass thought they made the queso themselves. The queso comes in a bag in a box, and you just put that shit in some water and you let that shit. If you an early bird, you go there like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, the food is not fresh with it, bro. So literally at 11 o'clock when they close, they weigh all the food from the night before and they save it for the next morning, and it's called reheats. So I just got packed from Chipotle.
Man, that's not cool. But there you go. But not surprised. And this is why so many people are turning away from fast food and restaurants these days, because the prices are insane and the quality's gone down pretty much across the board, it would seem. It seems like some of the restaurants are trying to make, changes, trying to bring in more. The value meals I've noticed are coming back in some of these places, just from the clips I see. I don't know. I don't go to a lot of these joints. There's one fast food place over here that I like, and I'll go there probably once every couple weeks. Usually I just get the same thing, but it's Del Taco. You guys ever go to Del Taco? There's one over here, and they got like this steak burrito that has French fries in it. It's like that's all I'll usually get, that and a lemonade, and that alone's like, I think like $8 or $9 for that. It's pretty crazy, but I think it's delicious anyway. And that's KJ Osborne for Del Taco 2026. Broken Britain. This happened today in London. This was posted on, male officer states the man being arrested for allegedly assaulting, a little one, not preaching. Okay. Then I'm going to move on from that because there we go. All right. But it appeared to be a preacher being arrested.
What?
Man, what a cool idea, guys. What do you think about this? Would you do this with your children? Putting your teenagers in sheds.
Yes, my teenagers choose to live in sheds in my backyard. This is the shed of the 15-year-old with the bougiest light you've ever seen in a shed. These two sheds are the tiny houses that we used to live in before we bought this house. This is the shed of the 18-year-old, and
I think it's smart.
This is the shed that the college kid stays in when
she's about to go in. It's really, I think it's a great idea, man. I mean, because, we were teenagers once and we were so messy. I remember being real messy. I'm so not that anymore. I've become a minimalist in my life. I don't even have a lot of stuff, but I like it clean, and I like my candles. That's one thing. I love candles. I always have to have candles, and you can get them pretty cheap. There's places I go. Actually, of all places, Burlington Coat Factory is a place we have out here. And they have got the best candles ever, and they're always marked down, super cheap. But yeah, candles are my thing for sure. But we're messy. So, wouldn't it be nice? It's good for everybody, for all parties involved. Plus, when you're young and you're growing up, you're a teenager, you want your privacy, right? So it's like it's a win-win. The parents don't have to deal with all the nonsense, and the kids can be as messy as they want.
and they come home. So this is college kids' shed. And yes, they all have electricity and heat. And this is the 18-year-old's shed. Why, yes, my teenagers choose to live in sheds in my backyard. This is the shed of the 15-year-old with the bougiest light you've ever seen in a shed. These two sheds are the tiny houses that we used to live in before we bought this house. This is the shed of the 18-year-old, and this is the shed
I'd probably clean it up a little at
that
least.
the college kid stays in when they come home.
You know, like you can clean up the outside.
College kid.
All right, but anyway, we'll move on. Yeah, they were certainly messy. I'm not surprised. But yeah, I think it's a cool idea. Disney whistleblowers expose how Kathleen Kennedy destroyed Star Wars on purpose. This is another one of those things I've always been interested in, but it's how they have completely and totally destroyed so many famous IPs. Star Wars, Star Trek, Harry Potter now is bringing in some weird stuff with the new series. Like, it's just over and over. And every time, this isn't trying to be a jerk. It's just the truth. We see it, but it's always a woman behind it over the last 10 years. Always. Always. And then they bring in the woke stuff and all of it, and they destroy these IPs, man. And that's why I've even kind of wondered if, on another level, if these might actually be witches in Hollywood that are getting these positions, and they're doing this on purpose to almost take a strike at the patriarchy, right? If you know what I mean. And destroy all these male, role models and things like that. But because it's happening all over. I showed a graph one time, and I showed you all the IPs that have been destroyed by some of these females in Hollywood over the last 10 years. So again, I don't think they're just regular ladies. I think these are, most likely, part of the system, if you know what I mean, part of the club, and maybe even doing this as witchcraft. And I also say that because in one of the new Star Wars series they did, which was garbage, it came out over the last year, they had a whole sequence where it was a bunch of lesbian space witches. I'm not joking. It was like 24 lesbian space witches that created a child without a man. Okay? So, you see what I mean? It's like, anyway, so I'm not surprised to hear this. Let's hear this report from Benny Johnson.
Scoreboard, a piece of data, a metric set that we can go in and
on the
check to
Acolyte.
see if you're
That's
actually
it.
successful in what you say that you do. Kathleen Kennedy was handed the Star Wars brand close to 15 years ago, and her record has been abysmal, atrocious. Actually, probably the worst destruction of a piece of intellectual property in Hollywood history. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. How do you take the most beloved franchise in the history of Tinseltown and destroy it in just a decade? How do you do that? Well, you do it by spitting in the faces of the fans, by creating absolute woke slop, by self-insert, and by ensuring that you create as divisive of content as you possibly can. It's things that don't even remotely reflect.
There it is.
Yeah, the power of no one was watching Star Wars, and the most powerful trilogy in
That's the scene I was talking
intellectual
about.
property in all of Hollywood was shot out onto a streaming service. Nobody was watching this trash. Even George Lucas decided to crash out on Kathleen Kennedy, along with Elon Musk, the world's richest and most powerful consumer of media.
And
It
a
is
wolf in
beyond
sheep's
parody
clothing.
at this point. Is there any level of poor performance that Star Wars, Bob Iger, would force out Kennedy? Disney Plus has burned more than $11 billion of operating losses because of Star Wars. She's more deadly than the Death Star. Kennedy did give us some good memes, and South Park did, in fact, sum her up perfectly.
Maybe we should go a different route than we did with Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones, put a chicken in it and make her name it gay.
It's amazing. They did this episode, and then Kathleen Kennedy kept putting chicks in things and kept making them lame and gay.
I got to say real quick, too, on South Park, man, that's another one. They crashed and burned this last season. It's just completely changed. after they made was it 1.3 or 1.6 billion with a B dollar deal with Paramount. And then right after they made that deal, this was the most garbage season ever. I mean, South Park's been around so long. We used to watch it in the barracks when I was in the military, in the Coast Guard, many years ago. And that was when I was in my corpsman school. I remember it from way back then. So it's been around for a long time. And always been pretty good, I thought, pretty cutting edge, all that stuff. I liked some of it. Throughout the years, I'd check it out here and there. But this last season was garbage. It just wasn't funny. It was all focused. Every episode was about Orange Man Bad. Every one of them was about Trump having sex with Satan and, being a dork and an idiot. And you know the routine. It was bad. It was bad. It's like, it's a couple episodes on that, sure. But it's like every episode last season was all that. And I was like, is that a coincidence or is that perhaps connected to that 1 point whatever billion dollar deal? I don't know.
Well, now there's been a stunning reversal at Disney that including in their Star Wars universe, the one that you can visit and pay money to go see, the actual beloved Han, Luke, and Leia. Kathleen Kennedy went out of her way to actually ban the original trilogy beloved characters the world over from the Star Wars universe and swap them out with the new woke characters that no one loves. Look at this. What makes this particularly baffling is that Kathleen Kennedy and Iger were making sure the park wasn't focused on the past while they were making the focus on the past films, The Force Awakens. They never made a choice between the past or the present. They actually went out of their way to ensure that Han, Luke, and Leia would not be available and that no one would be able to find sort of callbacks to the original sequel, Star Wars. But now, get a load of this. Disney spent $1 billion on building a Star Wars themed park that you were not allowed to meet Luke, Leia, Han, or Darth Vader. Galaxy's Edge at Disney was set on Batuu, a backwater planet, in The Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker. By that timeline, Luke was dead, Han was dead, Vader had died 30 years earlier, Leia was alive, but had no canonical reason to show up. Imagineer Scott Tobridge spelled out the design rule in 2022. Characters on Batuu would stay locked into their specific era. No visitors from other Star Wars timelines. The immersion was the entire point. In practical figures, guests flew to Anaheim for Star Wars and walked through a $1 billion set to meet V. Mordai and Doc Odnar, the locals of the Black Spire outpost. The parallel failure was a galactic star cruiser, $5,000 for 2 nights, the same sequel era window, no Vader, no Luke, no Han, no Leia. Disney wrote down $250 million to close it out in 18 months. Betrayal with the whole thing was on the new IP and not the original IP. I was exaggerating. I was not exaggerating, sorry. Disney made the decision to invest this money in order to support the new trilogy, which they thought would erase the old one from the minds of fans. This level of hubris around this one is for the business of the... George Lucas straight up warned us right here in this clip, saying he can't stand the new Star Wars. He finally snapped. He had not done this. He got paid billions by Disney for this.
I wasn't surprised with anybody in the first one and the first three that everybody from 5 years old to 85 years old liked it all over the world, everywhere. And that was, I said, wow, because there are certain aspects of that movie which say, they would say, well, it's not, it's all white men. I said, it's not. Most of the people there are aliens. And the idea is that you're supposed to accept people for what they are, even if they're big and furry, or whether they've got they're green and whatever. The idea is all the people are
It wasn't woke enough.
The only people that aren't, which was in there, are the robots. Well, you can't come in here. We don't like your kind here. So they were the only ones that were discriminated against, and that was a way of saying, people always discriminate against something, and sooner or later, That's what's going to happen, and we're already starting it with AI, saying, well, we can't trust those robots.
Yeah, so I guess he didn't just come right out. He had a hard time coming right out and saying it. And of course, that was George Lucas. He's the original creator of Star Wars. And I mean, a genius. I mean, some of these people who make these movies are really on a genius level. They have to be. Martin Scorsese, whether you like them as people or not, I mean, it's talent. It's like genius level talent. I recognize it, and I appreciate seeing God's gifts and talents in people. But yeah, he tried to say it. There's just too many white guys. It's unbelievable that that's their message, and it's a destructive one. It's destructive and divisive. It's from the devil himself, all that nonsense, as you know. Something demonic is happening with your favorite celebrities. I want to play some of this clip from Marcus Dixon, his channel. Let me see. Yeah. Get started right in here. We'll play some of this. This is a pretty good clip.
About some more super spiritual
It's a whole weird spirituality that a lot of celebrities are into that you may never heard of.
Celebrities that are in touch with their African spirituality. And today I'll be talking about award-winning actor Forrest Whitaker. Now, rumor has it that Forrest Whitaker is a Babalawo, which is basically like this high priest in the Yoruba culture and religion. And they're very, very honored and respected men that has took years and years of spiritual practice to basically become this. So this isn't just something that you can just come overnight. This is something that you have to literally go through a process of years of training to become. And he has been mentioned alongside with other known celebrities and figures to practice this religion, also known as Ifa. I believe him and Danny Glover is one as well. Danny Glover and him are very good friends, and there's actually pictures of him and Danny Glover wearing their traditional Babalawo outfits or uniforms or sacred outfits and wearing different ilekes. And the ilekes is basically the spiritual beads or necklaces that honors and represents the different orishas or deities in the Yoruba culture. So I think it's very interesting that a lot of these celebrities that we know and love are into these different religions that we might not know so much about, and that they're so in touch with their...
And real quick, I just want to say, going back to the George Lucas thing before we continue on this, and speaking of talents, God gives talents and abilities, but the catch is, how do we use it? And that's why you have so many talented people that the devil chases after, right? It's like he wants to pervert their gifts and talents from the Lord to serve his purposes. And that's what we see in Hollywood so often, right?
African spirituality. But let me know what y'all think in the comments, and if y'all knew that Forrest.
Yes, I'm willing to bet most people didn't know that. I know I didn't.
Let's talk about some celebrity men that are in touch with their African spirituality. Since I'm always talking about the female celebrities that's into the African spirituality and have orishas, I thought this would be interesting. So let's start off with Usher. And allegedly, Usher is a child of Shango. And Shango is an orisha or spirit in the Yoruba culture of West Africa. And he is associated with thunder and lightning and dance and just so much more. He's been captured wearing his ilekes several times, which are these spiritual beads in honoring of the different orishas. And it is said that when he married his second wife, they honeymooned in Cuba. And there were several photos showing him wearing these spiritual beads in honoring of Shango. And there's also an alleged photo of him wearing all white with a pouch, which was supposed to be some type of protection pouch, which contains stones, crystals, and different types of herbs. But this would make a lot of sense if Usher is a child of Shango, because Shango is into dance and music. That is his thing. And it's Usher. And he is very strong-willed and handsome. Now, another alleged celebrity that is a child of Shango, and he said this in one of his songs, a song that he featured in with Drake, and that is, y'all already know. And in the song Pound Cake, he says, "My Saint Shango, light a candle, El Gran Santo, on the mantle." And y'all already know Queen Bee is, with Oshun, and she's always, paying homage and honoring of her. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool that some of these men are in touch with their little African roots and African spirituality. So let me know who y'all want to hear about.
Yeah, so a lot of people are going to see, Usher, Forrest Whitaker, Jay-Z. These are guys that have been around for years. They must be trustworthy.
What you know about? Well, this was based on the, anyway, it's paying homage to the Yoruba culture and the women who, paid honors to a deity they wore white because it represented transformation and spirituality, and that's where I am right now.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm at peace. I fought for the peace that I found now. I feel like I'm in a transformation from the old me to a new me.
See, this is that trash going around, man. This African spiritualism. Very obviously, Taraji P. Henson has joined and become a part of it. Now, let's be clear. When she says she's paying homage to African deities by dressing in a certain way, what she's actually doing is worship. It's a form of worship when you dress and wear certain colors that honor these deities. And we know that these deities or gods are actually demons. They're demonic spirits. And when you dress a certain way or in certain colors, you are actually giving them worship.
So comments like this are where the problem is. Olorun and Eludamare, name of God, according to the Yoruba, is the same as God Almighty, Jehovah or Yahweh. It is not different. It is the Yoruba translation of God. Please take note of that.
Jesus
and then another
only.
person says, Taraji P. Henson has publicly expressed her Christian faith. She often speaks about her belief in God, the God of the Bible, and credits her faith in Jesus Christ for getting her through tough times in life and in her career. In interviews and speeches, I'm not finna read all that. But here's the thing, guys. It's not the same. There's no syncretism. You can't worship two gods, right? You can't worship Oludamare. You can't worship these Oshiras. You can't worship anything other than Jesus Christ simultaneously. It doesn't work like that. It's just like worshiping God and money. One's going to take the focus. And here on the screen, we see where it says Yoruba Celestial Church Practitioners. Several Nigerian Nollywood actors and musicians are known to be a part of the Celestial Church of Christ, which incorporates traditional Nigerian spiritual elements, including these people on the screen down here. If you're mixing Nigerian spirituality with Christianity, you have this type of belief that Taraji P. Henson can serve Jesus Christ as well as these other gods, and you can't. God is clearly specific in the Bible that thou shalt have no other gods before me, but yet we see it here.
Celebrities and their spirituality. Now let's talk about Summer Walker. Now, as of now, everybody knows that Summer Walker is super spiritual. She's always talking about it. She's made several posts. She's very open about her spirituality and basically how she is a child of Oshun. Now, I believe she's also synchronized with Oya as well, which is another Orisha or deity in the Yoruba culture. Now, Summer Walker has been into this for a while. I'm honestly not sure how she got into it, if she has any Yoruba family or if this is just something that she's decided to do on her own. But like I said, she has made several posts on her social media. I know she's posted several of her altars before and just different things that, she thought was beautiful. Then she would delete them not too long afterwards. But lots of people be calling her a witch and all that. Now, me personally, I have no idea what she's doing on this picture. And do I think she's a witch? She might be. But I do know just because she's practicing her African spirituality does not make her a witch. People think, if they, worship these deities or these Orishas, that is witchcraft. But the Orishas is not supposed to be evil. Now, I know people have their own, opinions on this and to each his own. But I know the Orishas is not demonic. But like I said, to each his own. But I have no idea what she's doing on this picture. But another thing that I thought was interesting was that Oshun, the deity that she is synchronized with, she is the river goddess of love, fertility, and basically all the feminine energy. And Oshun is said to have had
Mother
twins.
Goddess.
And so did Summer Walker. And so is Queen Bee, and Queen Bee is synchronized with Oshun as well. So I think that's pretty neat. That seems like a lot of the celebrities that, was in touch with Oshun has twins. But let me know what y'all think in the comments.
I want to talk about African spirituality and its prevalence in the culture today, particularly within the music industry. There are many celebrities who practice African spirituality, such as Beyonce or Shaka Khan, and who have conversely... Okay, so the enemy must be mad. But anyways, they have conveniently drawn Black people in America, African American people in this nation towards the same things. And I want to speak about this because many of you guys are practicing things that Africans themselves on the African continent do not take lightly at all. Let me tell you about myself. I grew up on the African continent for years. For over 13 years or so, I grew up on the African continent and I lived in many different African countries. I lived in Kenya, I lived in Tanzania, I lived in Malawi, I lived in South Africa, and I lived in Uganda for a while. Not only that, but I have family members who still to this day practice African spirituality. I have grown up seeing it. And most Africans who talk about this because they have grown up seeing it. They've grown up in families in which it was probably practiced. So we know what this is. But in a nutshell, African spirituality is witchcraft. There is no good African spirituality. It's all witchcraft. And I know that the way that most Black Americans are enticed to following African spirituality is because you want to be connected to your roots and to your ancestors. And so you think that that is the best way to go about it. But let me tell you that most Africans will tell you exactly what I'm telling you, is that trying to connect to your ancestors, trying to perform these rituals and be connected to ancestral worship is witchcraft.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll let you finish your thought. Sorry.
And it's something that's actually common in Africa.
All right, we got it, lady. Thank you very much. Went to creepy paranormal TikTok ghost stories. Sounds fun. This right here, some celebrity type news. Dave Chappelle gets destroyed by Lauren Boebert after hilarious meltdown. The Dave Chappelle we have now, I'm still not sure about sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. Because he came back looking different from Africa, but I haven't really watched any of his comedy lately either. I really liked Chappelle's show, like so many other people. It had tons of views, but people were really into it, and it was good. He's a very funny guy, But anyway, now, I don't know. And he is always really cool about never getting involved in the politics of stuff, ever. That's one of the reasons why I think he was so loved. Because once people cross that line and get into the politics, either side you're on, like that's the most divisive stuff you could ever do. It's been programming. People are programmed for it, to hate each other on different sides of the political side. All right, let's check it out.
Over just absolutely destroyed Dave Chappelle in this video in the most epic way possible. Now, this is following after the complete meltdown that Dave Chappelle had recently in this absolutely ridiculous video, talking about all of this victimized nonsense. And, he's a black man, guys, and it's just so hard being a black man and all this type of nonsense going on. All of these absolutely ridiculous things that he is saying in this video here today. But what he said particularly that we're going to be focusing on is what he said about Lauren Boebert and her taking a picture with him. How dare she take a picture with him and post this? This right here, just 3 people who understand that there's only 2 genders. And he had a big problem with this.
I did resent that the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I didn't.
And he's on NPR that the Trump administration is defunded, so...
It's not what I was doing. I'll give you an example. Yeah. This is before I learned the phrase, I respectfully decline. And I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office. And I just take pictures with whoever asked. I didn't ask how they voted, what their voting record is. And everyone, at first it was like CBC people. And then here comes Lauren Boebert. And she said, can I get a picture? And I'd already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody. But I didn't know the phrase, I respectfully decline. So I just took the picture. And then she posted a picture before I could even get from there to the show and says something to the effect of, just 2 people that knew that it's just 2 genders. She instantly weaponized it or politicized it. So I got to the arena and I lit her ass up.
When did he become a cuck? honestly.
As you can see, he is very upset that she took this picture. How dare she take a picture with a public figure like Dave Chappelle and post this? This is just like the worst thing ever, guys. And look, I like Dave Chappelle in a lot of ways, and I think that he's a great comedian, okay? I think he's a great comedian, but this whole victimized nonsense is absolutely ridiculous. And Lauren Boebert didn't hold back at all in this absolutely incredible video.
He had a lot to say. He had a lot to say the other day. He does not like it when Republicans such as yourself uses transgender jokes as a weapon, and he specifically referenced.
I used his joke though. I think transgenderism is a joke.
Well,
I mean, to say that children can be mutilated and castrated. I mean, it's beyond a joke. It's disgusting.
Oh. But what he didn't like was the fact when I guess on the heels of like.
So now, as you can see already, this guy has to, move the goalposts and change his question because she just completely destroyed him there.
He comes to Capitol Hill, you guys take a photo, and then he says, like, the moment he walks away, you post it on Twitter and you guys have your arms around each other and then kind of take a jab at the transgender community. I think that's what he was saying.
Jab. I was just stating facts. There are two genders. I was just being factual.
But I know that's your stance on kind of the
That's
gender
reality.
Stance
well,
that is proven by.
But I don't think Chappelle liked being used as a prop, is what he's saying. It's like when you
I mean, come on, you're a comedian. Be a little tougher, right?
Well, she's completely correct about that. You are a public figure. And you got to take what comes with that.
So you're basically saying, listen, Chappelle, if you're a public figure, it comes with the territory.
Yeah, people say things about me all the time. Go in my comment section. Do you think I sit at home and cry about it and just wait for NPR to show up and have a counseling session with them?
Well, that's kind of a good question, actually. It's like, if you do get a lot of maybe online harassment, like, how do you deal with that? No person should be like able to just, shake that off when it's coming in droves. Like, how do you cope with things like that?
Well, that's not what defines me.
Mm-hmm.
That's not where I get my value and my worth from.
It's just crazy, man. Like, there are literally people out there like this person taking this video here from TMZ. TMZ is awful, by the way. But if you're going to be a public figure at all, then you need to have some tough skin. And
Harvey is in the files. You know that? TMZ and Harvey are in the file drop. And I never hear anyone talking about it. That's why I keep thinking, I don't know. I don't want to go look into it just because I look in, and I can handle it. I look into enough stuff for so many years. I mean, the Lord gave me the thickest skin ever to look at all this stuff. But I don't know. Maybe that'd be a good live show. I don't know if I'd do it on YouTube or not, but do a live show maybe on one of the other sites and just have a whole night for a few hours of going through the files and putting people's names in. In the chat, y'all can say, hey, put this person's name in or whatever. I'll put it in. Because it's set up to where you can do that. The files are set up to where you can just put a name in a search bar, click it, and it'll show you everywhere that name shows up. So I'll consider that. I think that could be a fun show. Do you guys like that show? And then you'd be involved too. We could all do it together, Bro visits an Aldi supermarket and claims to be spotting symbolism just about everywhere. I knew about the 3-3 immediately. I've shown that before, but he shows a lot of stuff in this. This is Aldi and all the occult symbolism around it.
33. 3. All died. They're moving inside. You've got a bit more symbolism here. Clearly 3 6s all around this fruit. Foxes, classic. Numerology, fox, 6, 6, 6. Here we have some strongbow people. Whenever you see the bow there, that's a reference to Saturn. The ring around Saturn, strongbow. It's not just robbing sons, it's robbing daughters as well. Robbing them of their health, loaded with chemicals. Real fruit in every drop. Where's the fruit, mate? Where is the fruit? One ring to rule them all. Sauron is running Aldi, people. That logo is Saturn. And that logo is Saturn. Now, Coca-Cola is a little bit more difficult to spot because it is inverted, but clearly we've got the 6s all along here. When you look at it like this, you might not notice it, but if you invert it, 6, 6, 6. 100 millimeters, 10 grams of sugar. And then this whole section, just leave it alone, people. It's all Monsanto, it's all GMO wheat, cereal killers.
True. Yep, that's sad. You know, the last cereal I bought, now I need to go buy some more now that I'm thinking about it. There's only one type I eat, and I have eaten off and on for years, and it's called grape nuts. Have you guys ever heard of grape nuts? No, there's no grapes in it at all. It's kind of funny like that. But grape nuts cereal, it's pretty basic, you know, but you put a little sweetener on top of that. Man, it's crunchy and so good. The crunch is half the fun. It's super crunchy. Grape nuts, man. I love them. I need to go get some now. Johnny Boy, thank you so much for that, man. And April Daly, yes, great idea. God bless you, KG and chat family. Hey, thanks. I'm glad to hear that. I saw a lot of people saying yes. So yeah, I'll probably do that soon. We'll post it up. I'll mention it here on YouTube and get as many of you guys as I can to come over to probably Grumble to do that live show. And yeah, man, the more I think about it, I think that's going to be really cool. All right. It says, welcome to the Great Awakening. Let's see what this young lady has to say.
And that's really fucking bothering me, okay? The fact that people think that NASA's fake. The fact that people think that the government really faked a trip to the moon. The fact that I was so fucking invested in this. My entire family watched it live. I explained all of the scientific facts to my kids. I watched Reed. I learned about his family, Victor, his daughter, his wife, all of his kids. Like, I am invested. I watched them break the Earth's atmosphere. I explained the science to my kids. And to come on the internet and everybody is telling me that this is fake. There's all this proof, all the green screens. Okay, the astronauts are home. They're holding up phones. They're not even on the phones. Y'all are confusing the fuck out of me. Because why the fuck would the government, why? Just why? It hurts my brain. And then I was scrolling on TikTok and I saw a producer of the Past movie, the Moon movie. I don't even fucking know. My brain hurts. And he said that it wasn't even real and that it was a production and that he wasn't supposed to tell anybody. And then it showed all the crew and them getting off the moon, walking up like, I am invested in this. And if it's not real, I might quite literally cry because what the fuck has the world come to?
Well, you're good. Yeah, she's on a good path because that's part of it. The real wake up. And I had it when I was in Los Angeles, and that's what pushed me to make that first scariest movie ever made. But it's the 5 stages of grief. It was for me. Like really, it cracks your reality. It changes everything. But then, cheers to all of you because you have to be brave. You have to have some courage to continue on that path and keep trying to find what truth is for all of us. So we work through the 5 stages of grief when we really wake up, kind of like what she's going through right now, But then you're on the other side, man, you're clear and you live different and you think different and everything changes. But yeah, she's on her path. And she's like, why? Well, because all of it, my friend, goes back to Jesus Christ and the truth of this world and how it was created, how old it is, and what it's all about. Because this is the most dangerous place in the universe, if you ask me, minus, second to hell. But this is the place where people choose, whether they consciously know it or not. But this is where people choose which way they're going to go, up or down, heaven or hell. That's it. Only one of 2 choices. And a lot of times in the morning, just when I'm talking to the Lord, I always say, sorry for your losses, because I know he loses some, he loses people like every day in this system. That sucks. You know what I mean? But it's good to push through when you start waking up, man. Just push through, get to the other side of it. That's when people will start finding Christ also, because I've always said that, Jesus obviously is the ultimate truth. He's the embodiment of all truth, love, everything awesome. So anybody who truly is searching for truth, going down these rabbit holes, eventually they find Christ, because he's at the end of all these rabbit holes. It's him. It's all about Jesus, and we're living in Satan's system, so that's why, my friend. It's all lies and deception. He's trying to keep the truth hidden from people. So the last thing that this system wants is for people to find out the truth of Jesus and how amazing he is and what his sacrifice did for us and why it's so important to accept that. It's the most important to accept that free gift of salvation because his precious blood he shed for all of us. It covers all your sins, past, present, future. Get your name in the book of life. Seals your soul till your day of redemption. Best choice ever. Best decision ever. So I hope, if you haven't made it yet, I hope you do. Soon, my friend. California used taxpayer dollars to send a crew from Caltrans to destroy this entire field of poppies while in bloom. Oh boy. Poppies, though. But look at this. I'll let this guy explain. It's real pretty. It was, but...
A week ago, this was a field of California poppies, and now it's a dead mulch plot full of trash. They sent a whole crew out here to kill every single flower. Meanwhile, they left all of this trash. Why don't they send a crew out here to pick up the trash and maybe to cut some weeds? The only part of California that's left here on anything you can see on your screen are these 2 poppies that are growing in the trash because, well, the trash gets ignored. Some people say that Los Angeles doesn't have seasons, but it's flat out not true. The weather changes and also the plants change. Right now, we're in poppy season. You should be seeing poppies everywhere. Elegant Clarkia, Lacey Facilia. But every time it comes up, the state sends somebody to kill California, to kill the plants and the beauty that would tell us what time of year it is. If you'd like to see more native California plants along the highway...
Wow, isn't that something, though? Destroy those plants. Yeah, destroy the beauty. Destroy the natural beauty. I get it. I get it, sir. It's like modernity, you know? The difference between white neighborhoods and black neighborhoods, this lady says.
How freaking cute this is. I was on my walk and I saw this little sign with all these little flowers. So I went home and grabbed some money, and now I'm gonna put some money in and take a little flower thing. How cute is this? Got myself some flowers. These are so freaking cute.
That stand would not last 1 minute in the ghetto. It would not last 60 seconds. It's not happening. They'll steal all the money. They'll steal all the flowers. They would tear down the stand for fun. That's how fucked up the environment is in the ghetto. It's really sad. Because one of the biggest benefits of living in a so-called white neighborhood is that your neighbors trust you and you trust your neighbors. For example, if I leave the trunk of my car open for 1 week, nothing will be missing. Nothing's missing. In fact, one of my neighbors would contact me to inform me that, hey, your trunk is open. Would you like for me to close it for you? I'm like, sure. They'll close it. End of discussion. Nothing's missing in my car. This is the difference between many so-called white neighborhoods and so-called black neighborhoods. These types of stands would not last 1 damn minute. Fucking sad.
Man, when I see this, though, you know, you try to relate. And just imagine, you know, being a young black man who's just like most people, you know, reasonable, down-to-earth, easy to talk to, just a good bloke, you know, like most folks. I like to believe the majority of people. That might be changing in these days now, but... and to be a part of the black community like that, and then to see how, unfortunately, how there's a segment of your community that are just the worst, you know, like they can't control their emotions, they destroy restaurants, they hit people, you know, out in public or whatever. They, you know, rummage through stores and steal all the crap. And like, just to be in that community, be a young man like this, like he is, just a cool dude, you can tell, who's not like that, who wouldn't be involved in any of that activity. But how much of a bummer that would be to just realize, like, crap, man. And, like, those are the people that get all the headlines and all the news, the ones who are acting up, you know? And, like, feeling like I'm represented by that. You know what I mean? I hate it for the good folk, you know, in the community, the regular folk, you know, who don't engage in that crazy activity that a subculture of their community does. Chaos erupts. Yeah, this is nuts, y'all. Chaos erupts as a tiger leaps into a crowd after circus barrier collapses. Yikes. Yeah. That'd be intense.
Да, ну так, немножко страхово, конечно. Народ баллонит немножко. Опустили просто этот вольер раньше времени, дрессировщики что-то тоже прифигели.
Yikes. I'd like to have seen how they corralled him. I'm guessing it didn't attack anybody, which is the best news ever. Somebody asked, where's the good news? Wrong show, my friend. Really, it's perspectives. Seeing this world decay in the way the Bible told me it was going to in these days is some of the best news I could ever see personally. But, you know, I mix it up. We have our doom breaks here and there. But, yeah, I'd try the mainstream networks for more of the kind of good news or cultured news, curated news. I guess kind of good news, if it's even the real news. But the mainstream news always has that wacky story at the end of the show, right? It's like, hey, this kid went missing and he was found a month later. He's safe and the family's joined together tonight. Coming up next, you know, stuff like that. Hungarian vlogger arrives in Rome and is left in shock. Says, I'm more Italian than all of them combined. It feels like Africa, not Italy.
Look at this. Look at the fucking state of the city. This is Rome, guys.
Like the Casbah.
This looks like in Bangladesh or something. Look at this, guys. Look at the state of this place. Look at this, guys. This is Rome. This is Europe. Does this look like Europe to you? I don't see a single Italian here, guys. I am more Italian than any of these people. Look at this.
Occhio amico mio, perché noi qua non siamo ben visti, quindi stiamo sempre attenti, occhi aperti.
Sì.
È una strada molto pericolosa dove spacciano e vendono roba falsa.
Saying that the street is dangerous.
Però sono pericolosissimi.
Sì? Perché?
Perché hanno i coltelli tutti quanti, i maceti.
Maceti?
Sì, loro.
Che no.
Tutti.
Look at all these guys.
Fatti vedere troppo qua.
Look at that.
Una telecamera, amico mio.
Yeah. Look at all the shits on the floor. And here they are, just loitering.
Molto pericolosi.
Look at the state of this city. Look at the state of this country. I feel like I'm somewhere in Africa right now, not in Rome, Italy. Can you believe this? How is it like this? I don't see any Italian, let alone European faces. I'm probably the most Italian one here. I'm all for inclusion and everything like this, but when there's too much of something, you gotta talk about it.
Yeah,
It's
where's
taking
the
away our
beautiful
culture,
Italian
our
ladies?
pride. They're all just loitering here. I don't even get
They don't
this.
work.
What's the point of just sitting?
Because they're waiting, man. They're being spread all around the world. That particular religion. And they're waiting. Because imagine when all these countries start going to wartime, and it's on the way, then all their young, strong men who are part of that country have to leave. And you get all these dudes from all these different countries, again, that's happening in all these countries that have forced their way in. It's all dudes. And they're young, strong, military age, but they can't be drafted, right? They're not natural citizens. You get it. So they're going to be behind in the countries watching over all the mothers, daughters, and sisters. Do you see how really sick and nefarious it can get? And it's going to be interesting to see what the response is going to be if they start trying to force some of the men in these countries into war. You know, if they're going to go or if they're going to take a stand and say no, you know, and join together or something. But it's very dangerous. could be very dangerous. What they're creating here, you know. Oh boy, another one got taken down. Wonder what it was. So check this out. Here's another one. Here's another celebrity that's looking interesting. Who do you think that is? Okay, just looking at her before I start the video. I don't think it was written down there, but who do you think this is? I'm going to look over in the live chat. Who do you think this is? The celebrity right there. I'm going to see. Who's he? It's an actual, as far as we know, it's an actual celebrity. She was famous a long time ago. I think she's maybe still kind of famous. Not Miley Cyrus, but a good try. But it does look a lot like Miley Cyrus. There you go. Epic 411 Aguilera. Yes. Christina Aguilera. Check it out.
Whoa. What in the Lord Farquaad is going on in Hollywood?
Lord
Why is
Farquaad.
this hairstyle taking over? I don't like it. It's wrong. Please stop. Aside from that, who the heck is this? They definitely got Christina Aguilera. Everybody in my comment section is going to tell me that's the same Christina Aguilera. No, it's not, you guys. This is as much Christina Aguilera as Britney Spears is still Britney Spears, and Selena Gomez is still Selena Gomez, Ariana Grande, Amanda Bynes, Pamela Anderson. Something's going on in Hollywood. I don't like it. Very creepy. For me, it's also how robotic all of these people are acting now. I find it very strange. I wouldn't want to be around someone
Seriously, look at
who
that.
does that all the time. And it's just so confusing to me how all of these Hollywood celebrities, there's nothing genuine about them. There's
blinking?
nothing real on their bodies,
Yeah,
not their
she blinked.
boobs, their butts, their chins, their noses, their foreheads, their eyebrows, their teeth. Maybe their elbows, guys. If we're lucky, maybe their elbows. People started noticing that celebrities became unrecognizable soon after 2020, and I wonder why that is. Even a few years ago, she looked drastically different than she does now. You're telling me these are the same people, inside and out? You're telling me just a few years ago, she went from this to this, and everybody's like, she looks exactly the same. She looks nothing like herself. There is not one single
looks
thing
like
on
her.
Christina Aguilera's face that's recognizable anymore. And a lot of times you're seeing these celebrities, they have this glazed over look. There's no emotion there whatsoever. The light is gone. They are completely robotic now. Who the heck is this? Where's her light? Where's the old Christina Aguilera? Because you won't see her smile like this ever again. This is what we get now.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I showed a whole bunch of them with y'all, or to you, in one of my videos recently, and also a live show. We covered some of it. But do you remember, it's still one of the craziest ones I've seen. Let me see if I can find it on here. I showed it to you last week. Let me see if other people are posting this. Leonardo DiCaprio, hands big. That's what I put in there. See, crap, of course they're not. I mean, some of the most interesting stuff, I think the most interesting, just doesn't get a lot of traction, it seems. Probably for a reason, I guess. But yeah, I showed you guys a clip last week of Leonardo DiCaprio's hands. Let me take the hands out. Let's see, just put his name in. There goes the loony bin. They didn't catch us this time. That's a different one, but that's also... It's not the same one. Let me see. Oh, crap. All right. I'll just move on. Can't find it right now. But luckily, or hopefully, some of y'all remember that from last week. It was insane. So many people showed up to oppose a $6 billion data center in Missouri that they had to use bleachers. Don't you love that? Love to see it. The whole crowd yells and chants that they don't want the data center. Festus City Council vote to approve the data center anyway, right in their faces. Dude, these freaking councils, man. And almost every time on every council, regardless of what they're in charge of, it's a lot of the woke mind virus stuff that's happening, which is a real bummer, no matter what state either. Because they like go for that power, you know what I mean? Like, I never felt like I wanted something like that personally. I don't think it's, oh, I want to be a politician. I want to be famous. I want to have power over people. Yeah, it's just, so I think there's certain time, not all, because the Lord has good people in positions too, but it's definitely a quality. Yeah, kick their asses out of that council. Whoa, 360 acres. Just gross. But I'm sure too, I would think, is what we do? You follow the money in everything. So I bet you, I would, if I were a betting man, bet you that they probably got a little payoff somehow. Right? A nice big fat donation or something. This is crazy. This actually happened. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but so InfoWars, it's AJ's InfoWars. It actually got, he had to go to a court case. I showed you that on KJ's What Happened way back when it was happening. I guess this company was it had something to do with the Shandy Shook stuff and the families and a lawsuit, and they were going after InfoWars. They wanted to take everything. Well, it looks like they actually won. They've officially taken InfoWars now. It's gone, but AJ's still here, and AJ will continue no matter what, I'm sure, in one way or the other. He's still over on X under his name, so I still find him there. So he'll still be out there, but InfoWars is going to be in the hands of woke mind virus people again. Oh boy, yay! Let's check this out.
I know that he has a big heart and that he does, in fact, love his country and he loves InfoWars very much, but Alex Jones has not been able to use the name InfoWars in a very long time because, well, it was technically purchased, and that deal allegedly was minted today. The Onion has successfully acquired Alex Jones's InfoWars after 17 months of legal battles and debuted the new logo with the Onion, which is a left-wing rag. It used to be a very funny satire newspaper. I used to read it when I would take the metro in Washington, D.C. to my dead-end job. But now it is slop. And this is going to be their logo. It will be turned into a parody of itself with the support of Sandy Hook families. Okay, what is this exactly? The Onion says it has a deal to take over Alex Jones's InfoWars and plans to relaunch the right-wing site as parody. Satire said The Onion says that it is, after 17 months of legal wrangling, successfully landed a deal to allow it to take over InfoWars, the right-wing conspiracy-fueled site run by Alex Jones. Ben Collins, CEO of The Onion, confirmed to Variety the details of the companies who plan to assume control of InfoWars, and a deal with Gregory Milligan, who was appointed by a bankruptcy court to manage the site. Under the terms of the agreement, the Onion's parent company, Global Tetrahedron, would pay $81,000 per month to license the Infowars.com domain name and associated intellectual property, including its name. First reported by the New York Times, the deal would run for 6 months, and the option to renew after another 6 months. The agreement must be approved by a judge before it takes effect. In November 2024, The Onion gleefully revealed its winning bankruptcy auction bid for InfoWars. Jones and his company filed for bankruptcy amid defamation suits. The family's victim, Sandy Hook, in Connecticut. The families won judgments of $1.4 billion with the help of the deep state. That is an absolute verified fact. The FBI straight up ran this operation against Alex Jones. It's completely evil. It's something that should be, frankly, exposed by the Trump administration, but it's a very long list here. Anyway, last fall, the Supreme Court rejected his appeal of the verdicts. Jones had repeatedly lied and posited baseless conspiracy theories about Sandy Hook, so on and so forth. But a Texas bankruptcy judge in December rejected the Onion's cash bid of $1.75 million to acquire the InfoWars assets, saying the auction process lacked clarity. Some families, Sandy Hook shooting victims, deserve more money. Okay. Under the new deal, the court-appointed administrator, The Onion said that in the coming weeks, to launch a new digital platform, a comedy network, Infowars.com, led by creative director, start programming. The effort is designed to...
What's a bummer is, so it's going to be led by creative director Tim Heidecker. And what really stinks is, so many years ago on Adult Swim, song, was that Comedy Central or whatever it was, but they had a thing called Adult Swim. It was like, more grown-up animation and comedy shows later at night, And one of them I really liked. This is back when I was in college, I think, back in film school. Yeah. But it was called Tim and Eric, Awesome Show, Great Job. I loved it. It was probably my favorite show back then. Tim and Eric, Awesome Show, Great Job. Because these guys were just loony, man. I mean, it's one of the craziest, wildest things. And it's still crazy and wild and weird. But I really liked that. I liked Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Really liked one called, what was it? 12 Ounce Mouse. I think that was the other one. 12 Ounce Mouse. 12 Ounce Mouse. Yeah. There were a few really cool ones back then. But what sucks is that Tim from Tim and Eric is Tim Heidecker. So what happened was I realized over the years, I've seen clips here and there, and I don't watch Tim and Eric anymore. Like I said, it was way back when I was in college. But because Eric went on to be a music video director. He's made some really good ones too. But then Tim, turns out he's kind of a loony left, and he's got a podcast, and I guess he's, like I said, kind of a loony left, a woke mind virus type guy now, and that really sucks. I've seen some clips, and I'm like, I wasn't happy. But again, I'll still appreciate the weird art they created years ago. But he's definitely a loony lefty, so this will be interesting to see. And he's going to be the creative director.
Create a home for emerging established comedic voices, expanding the Onion's role in modern satire. Okay, there you go. That's it. That's what they're going to do to InfoWars. This is their new logo. The Onion successfully landed the deal. Alex Jones has obviously fallen out of favor with Donald Trump. Alex Jones constantly, according to reports, asked Donald Trump to intervene here. It didn't happen. Alex Jones has since called for President Trump, for instance, to have 25th Amendment used against him, effectively calling for Trump's removal. Alex Jones, more than any individual perhaps in America, assisted in Trump's rise, as a Trump backer way back in the day, 2014 maybe, I don't know, even earlier. All of this effort for a joke that will last for 2 weeks, a company that stopped being funny almost a decade ago. That's right. Everyone's kind of like, it's just cruel. Look, they massacred my boy. It's kind of weird, really. Alex Jones is still doing a show. He still has followers. They want a URL to mock him, which they could have done either way. That's right. There actually is an opportunity to turn InfoWars into a hilarious satire website that exaggerates current events and puts a conspiratorial spin on it while more or less accurately reporting the news. But you'd have to actually be a comedian. You'd actually know what you were doing. But the comedy is just going to be hate and thinly veiled resentment towards Alex Jones. It's going to suck. It's going to bomb. This is a slap in the face. F them, honestly. Alex Jones has a new job. This is okay. It's kind of funny. But yeah, as stated, Alex Jones has some really tough, obviously, roles on President Trump. That's up for you to decide whether you like it or not. Alex Jones perhaps has turned on Trump in part because of the pressure from all of this. He has his low IQ hat.
People have wondered that if this is all part of, he's being used.
Here on the table, as Alex Jones explains what's actually going on. And you know what? Alex Jones says the Onion stole the shirt off his back and then appeared shirtless on the show just seconds ago. In InfoWars, in their studios, they're still broadcasting. So Alex Jones explaining it in a way that only Alex Jones can do. Here you go.
Folks, the Onion has stolen the shirt off of Alex Jones's back at this point, and it's a sad thing to see. Are you an employee of the Onion now, Alex?
No, we laugh about this, but a year and a half ago, they announced that they now owned us.
Yep.
And it was all fraud. This time, they even had a court hearing, and they're announcing they own us. Which shows with this judge that's been super corrupt, the state judge, it's already a done deal. But don't worry, we got a bunch of legal avenues. It'd be one thing if they just shut us down, but they are telling the New York Times, and I've seen more videos, that they're going to misrepresent, if you played the trailer,
yeah,
they're going to misrepresent that they're us to confuse people and, quote, rip people off like Alex Jones did. They're going to make money. But the whole thing's about defaming me. You can't take something over and then act like you're somebody, even if you say it's a parody. You can do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
We've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit. I've already sued the Democrat Party law firms, already got civil rights lawsuits. So you think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me. So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys, just keep laughing, just like he did a year and a half ago, or it was November 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Was that about a year and a half?
Yeah, this is a story from December 10th. Sale of Alex Jones Infowars to The Onion rejected. And I'll get into this. And
So but yeah, they need to be us to confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. He goes, we're the 5th biggest newspapers. That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead. Okay.
I looked it up. The Onion gets less than half of the traffic that Infowars gets.
I remember they said they were going to be Charlie Kirk. Remember when he died, they said we're going to misrepresent fake quotes of him. This is what the left do. They try to silence you, then they misrepresent who you are. They're body snatchers. They're skinwalkers. They literally take your skin. This is going to backfire big time, folks. Anyways, but hey, you may have may try to take our skin, you may try to take our clothes, but we're still the real InfoWar. And everybody's going to understand that the InfoWars is a generic term. A website doesn't matter. Everybody's an info warrior. Don't let them convince you of this. It's going to blow up big time in their face.
Did you see the Ben Collins video where he says we're in an information war?
No.
Yeah, it's an old video where he's doing that.
All right, we're going to stop there. AJ, what a character. I tell you right now. But I saw some really great videos from when he was real young. Back, I don't know if you knew this, but he started off on a public access television show in Austin, Texas. And they don't have that anymore now in this modern age. But in my generation, back in the day, we had public access television. And there's some actually, back in the day, there's some really funny ones I'd watch, you know. And it's exactly what it states. It was public access TV. You could set up time at a studio, go into the studio. Maybe you had, I don't know, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes. And you do whatever you want to do. Say whatever you want to say. You know, man, how cool if they would. But there's no reason to bring that back now because we have the internet, you know. It's like a new form of public access television for everybody. But that's what it was back in the day. And you could find some real jewels and gems back then. You could even probably go down that rabbit hole and start finding old public access television videos from different states or something, you know. Let's check this out.
Saying you think you have a celebrity look-alike?
I do, you know. A lot of people tell me I look like Oprah. No, Jim Carrey. I do get called Grace Ventura a lot. That's fun. You know, this is my face. This is how I was born, gay and looking like a man. A lot of people online think it's a filter. Like I've created Jim Carrey filter to put on every video ever. Like I can do that. I have American education. Thank you, small boobs. She laughed. No, you know, like I want to look more like a man. Look at my body. Look at this. Hello? Neck down, I look like a decoy on To Catch a Predator.
I understand you think you have a celebrity look-alike?
I do, you know. A lot of people tell me I look like Oprah. No, Jim Carrey. I do get called Grace Ventura a lot. That's fun. You know, this is my face. This is how I was born, gay and looking like a man. A lot of people online think it's a filter. Like I've created Jim Carrey filter to put on every video ever. Like I can do that. I have American education. Thank you, small boobs. She laughed. No, you know, like I want to look more like a man. Look at my body. Look at this. Hello? Neck down, I look like a decoy on To Catch a Predator.
So I don't know. That gives me Uncanny Valley vibes also, isn't it? But I've seen her before. I think I shared a clip of her in the past. Perhaps. Let me do something here. No. I was about to debunk this guy in chat. I put you in timeout. I rarely do that, and I rarely answer dumb things like that. But saying Bill Hicks' Alex Jones is some of that Russian vids nonsense and garbage. He's one of the people that put that out there a long time ago. Go look up their heights. There's even pictures you can see where people have done side-by-side comparisons just as a starter, sir. Just as a starter. It's easy to debunk. I've done it before, and it's tiresome. I'm guessing you believe we're in the little season, you know? So normally I don't do that. I probably shouldn't even. That's why I don't typically answer people back that put nonsense out there. But yeah, and I could tell you're one of these types that's probably going to want to get into it. So that's me throwing my pearls to the swine situation, man. I already went too far by answering you in the first place. But you need to do the research, sir, not me. That is so old and dumb and easily debunked. It's you're talking to the wrong person about that one. I'm just saying, But I remember when Russian Vids was putting that stuff out and saying that John Benet Ramsey is Katy Perry. There's another one for you. You probably believe that too, I guess. I hope not, man. I mean it. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I don't like seeing people being delusional. It doesn't mean I know everything, because I learn new things too. I may have thought was wrong at first and was right later, but that's one of the easy ones, man. Anyway, Baltimore legalizes looting, then 5 shopping malls close forever.
Apple is leaving Baltimore over insane crime.
The Apple Store is the latest in the series of stores leaving the Towson Town Center, citing declining conditions. But the Towson Chamber of Commerce says it has reason to question that statement.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they don't like that, do
The Towson Town
they?
Center is a staple in the city.
This is a nice mall, it's quality mall.
But is the mall on a downward spiral?
I kept hearing from people that, the mall's going to shut down soon.
Wow.
Even from some of the workers.
One of the most popular stores, the Apple Store, announced it's leaving, citing departure of several retailers and declining conditions. Executive Director of the Towson Chamber of Commerce, Nancy Hafford, says that can't be the reason.
Yeah, they don't want to
That
admit
store
it.
does so well. It's crowded all the
Yeah.
time.
It's
And
crowded.
I know they do a great business there.
The Towson Apple Store was the first in the country to unionize in 2024. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers released a statement.
So you have a store that's in a very high crime mall, and it's a unionized store, which means it's more expensive to operate.
In part, that this raises serious concerns that this closure is a cynical attempt to bust.
Huge when an Apple Store
I'm
leaves.
not sure if being a union store had anything to do with why they're closing, but I know that it couldn't be sales. And from the police reports that I've heard, they haven't had issues.
Why are there
over
police
there.
reports if
The
there's
news
no
coming
issues?
as a shock to customers.
And why are other stores leaving?
That's crazy. It's been here for a while. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot of money lost.
Big time.
Hafford says
Big
preventing stores from leaving starts with customers.
I'm asking them if they'd please just start looking at your local businesses first before you go online to buy something.
Apparently, the local businesses are leaving, so people have to go online to buy stuff.
Despite stores leaving, she tells me the mall is still doing very well.
How's it doing well?
I work very closely with the mall management and mall security. And I know for a fact that their sales were up this holiday season.
How would you know
since
that?
Pre-COVID.
She says new developments are coming to Towson, including Lib's Grill opening in May and new apartments.
Okay, a
Apple
grill.
says Towson employees will be able to apply for open positions at the company. We've reached out to Brookfield Properties, the company that owns the mall, for
Brookfield.
comment, but haven't heard back yet.
They own malls
In
all over the
Towson,
country.
Raven Payne,
But apparently this mall has a history of getting a little disorderly. Look at this. This is a takeover at the mall. Look at this. Baltimore. Wow. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, here they come. This is nuts, man. How are you going to have a store in a place like this? This is wild. That's total mayhem. This is crazy. Look, there's no customers. The workers are terrified. How are you going to get people to come to work if this is the environment? At least this cameraman's smart enough not to go into that. This is insane. Oh, people are evacuating. Oh, here comes the police. One officer. What's he going to do?
Let's get ready to rumble!
And it's surprising that this footage, which is like a year old at this point, didn't end the whole mall right there. I'm surprised Apple even stuck around.
No, I think it's a fight.
Okay, if you're willing to stick around through conditions like this, after they start, you're trying to keep the store open. Apple was trying here, but it didn't work for some reason.
So Apple is citing conditions inside the mall declining and other retailers leaving for their reasoning to shut the
Everyone
doors
else is
permanently
leaving
for the Apple store inside the Towson Town Center. But the union tells us they're not really buying that reasoning.
Yeah, they
and
never
now
are.
The union is looking to take legal action.
Oh, yeah, sue them. That'll get them to stay.
It's really upsetting because the Apple Store is a huge anchor to people coming to the mall.
A big store drawing in people like Joe Maids to the Towson Town Center. The Apple Store, which according to the company, is set to close its doors permanently here on June 11th.
Oh,
Instead,
they're
you can
closing
go
in the
anywhere else
summer.
now. I feel for all the little small.
They're not even going to try to be open for Black Friday. They must be losing a lot of money if they're calling it quits in June. Just a couple of months before all the new Apple products get released.
Mom and pop shops that are in there too, because losing a big anchor like that doesn't end up well for the other stores.
But whose fault is
Apple
that?
announcing the closure of 3 stores, all inside malls or shopping centers across the nation on Thursday, including the Towson Town Center. The company says the closures are, quote, following the departures of several retailers and declining conditions. Towson employees will be eligible to apply for open roles at Apple in accordance with the collective bargaining agreement.
I'll go and stop there. I just want to get some of that report in from Cash Jordan. Baltimore legalizes looting. Man, what the crap are you people doing? But we know. It's chaos. Chaos being spread. Omaha restaurant owner drops third-party delivery apps after these fees. Listen to how much these fees are.
Delivery apps make it easy to bring your favorite food from your restaurant right to your front door. Here's First Alert 6's Ron Johnson with the story of one local business owner who says the cost of that convenience is simply too high.
A busy Saturday night is a sign of a thriving business for Javier Trujillo.
Like any business, every time we open our doors, our goal is to have customers come in.
And when they don't come in to one of his 5 restaurants, they're ordering online through delivery apps. Javier says that's actually hurting his business.
It's DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, anything, any service that we use that does delivery and then pushes our menu to their customers, we have paid $188,000 last year.
He says that money went to paying commission fees charged by delivery apps across his 5 restaurants. Javi's Tacos, Time to Rise and Shine, Frosty Mug, Helados Locos, and El Milagro. There's other costs too.
Maybe there was not enough dashers in the area and they took the order, we get the order, we made the food, but nobody comes pick it up. That's losses on us.
Starting this week, he's no longer using third-party delivery services. He says customers can still place a delivery order through Toast. Customers support the decision.
I like the idea of taking ownership of your entire business, and then that way your product isn't going to be belittled by any middleman.
Another cited the quality of the food.
So like when the customer gets it, it's not cold and garbage and you're spending extra for all the extra fees on the apps and everything.
Trujillo is hopeful fans of his food will adapt to the change.
All right, we'll go ahead and move on. We'll adapt to the change. This guy's voice was something else. We'll adapt to the change. It's insane, though. Have any of you, for a while, applied, actually. I didn't get it. I was waiting for a while. I applied to do Grubhub a long time ago, or one of those services. Was it years ago? During one of the valleys, doing this kind of stuff online, peaks and valleys. Big shout out to those of you who supported the videos, shows, share them. Prayers also. Thank you for all that. And thanks for being here. Good to see you guys. What are we, 2.5 hours in almost? All right, not bad. Still plenty to go. 900 something people. Jeepers, guys. Good to see you, really. Thank you. Always appreciate your precious time you share with me. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Thank you, Tamara, for all you do. Thanks to my Subscribe Star folks, always. And, of course, to my members. Guys, thank you. All right, so why is this video not going viral is the question. It says maybe the establishment doesn't want you to see it. Oh, yeah, this is pretty wild. It's a new ad from Palantir. And we're talking about the coming digital currency.
Good morning, citizens. Your overnight account balances have been updated. Time to start a productive day.
I don't know if this is really from Palantir or if somebody made the ad, like an AI thing, but it's really well done. So.
Final notice, your account balance is below 500. You need 50 credits by the end of the day to avoid automatic eviction. If If you have missed work due to illness, you must provide a doctor's note to reclaim your credits.
Any extra credits? Please.
Tensions are high today, with more people planning to join the Citizens Against Digital Control protest. Remember, the government knows who you are at all times. Resisting is not worth the consequences. All of their newest social credit systems are designed to keep you and your families safe and efficient.
Authorities seized a record balance of an individual's credits, citing excessive hoarding.
Traffic violation detected. 7 miles per hour over the limit. 75 credits have been automatically deducted.
You have to be fucking kidding me.
Yep, you got the flu. Your blood work shows a significant iron deficiency. I recommend incorporating more red meat into your diet.
Dr. Jones, your taxes were not filed and have been automatically deducted with late fees. Your medical license has been revoked.
Oh, hell nah. I filed an extension.
This is what it's going to look like. It's the way people will see it, you know?
Purchase denied. Monthly red meat allowance exceeded. Try mealworms instead.
Try mealworms instead.
Can you guys please let me through?
Attention. Unauthorized political gathering detected. Participants' access to financial services has been suspended.
Yep, coming to a country near you for sure.
Due to the speeding infraction, your car will be immobilized for 3 days.
Fuck you! Take your surveillance policies and rot in hell!
You've earned 50 bonus credits for reporting your neighbor's hateful misconduct.
That's crazy. Black Mirror, man.
This content exceeds your current social credit tier. May we suggest citizen responsibility?
I need to go find the rest of that one right there. That's really well done. That'd be good to put in a video too. That totally kind of embodies what a lot of us can foresee coming, just from what we know, what we've been watching, how everything's falling into place. It says my family's town was on fire last night, and for good reason. I don't think actual fire. We're rationing water while they're handing it away. All right, let's check this out. I think this has to do with... Let me see. All right, yep, the data centers. Yeah, there we go. I knew I had it up here for a reason.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. You just sold out. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. But shame on all of you. And we are had enough. And y'all talking about putting another one up in this town?
Ma'am, please leave.
I'm leaving. I'm
They're getting
leaving.
money.
I'm leaving.
They got paid.
I'm leaving. He's up there laughing.
And brother.
We know you. We know where you are.
They know, see?
You know where you got to start? You know where you live? You know where you work?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
That's what it's going to have to be. I mean, the citizens are there. The anger's boiling over. And, yeah, it's like they're all going to have to come together and figure something out. You know, and hopefully it's not violent, but you could easily see where it'd turn that way in a lot of these cases, right? And this freaking council, man, once again, it's these small group of individuals in charge of all these people, and they keep making decisions that are against the people. So here's a little bit we were talking about earlier about David Wilcock. So David Wilcock, I've shared some of his clips here before. I can't remember the name of Project Camelot. Yeah, he was from Project Camelot originally. Been around for years. He's done lectures, videos, you know, all that kind of thing. He's a Christ denier, which is always a bummer. You know, I'd always hoped and wished, you know, that anybody would find him. It's the most important thing you can do. But I don't think he ever knew him. And he did share a lot of really cool information. Some of it was really good. But then some of it for me was a bit too new agey. He also did a lot of work with Gaia, Gaia. That's a kind of a new age, very new age, big network. So I know he was involved with them as well. So he had some new agey stuff about him I wasn't crazy about. But a smart man. And like I said, he did share some. I shared some of his clips over the years. But anyway, he recently passed this past week, as if it looks like he removed himself from the simulation. But that's odd because he was very happy and healthy, it says 2 days earlier. And it says, but guess what he was saying? All right, so let's check some of this out from Moon Henry.
He's actually dead. I confirmed it myself with police reports. And they're saying that the death was by self-unaliving.
There you go.
Don't comment on this video saying I'm wrong because the mainstream media hasn't reported it yet. Let me start to tell you guys how weird this is and why you should maybe know who it is. So he just did a live stream 2 days ago and was in very great health and very energetic. Then it was 10, 11 a.m. that they get a call and they find him and the thing that he used to take his own life. This is where it gets weird. So David Wilcock is known for a lot of different conspiracy type situations. He was on Ancient Aliens years and years ago, even till recently. But when he left Ancient, he was doing seminars by himself and talking about very, very crazy things, like Looking Glass and other three-letter agency activities. He also warned of something in the very near future coming, a great deception, you could say. Now, this information first leaked by people that were close to him, made it to Reddit, and now all sorts of sites, and I was able to find that exact police report. Now, disclaimer, I didn't agree with everything he says, but it's really hard to find someone where you can agree with everything they say. But one thing was sure. The path that he was on was he was going against everything right now that they are putting so much money behind to get us to believe. I mean, he even did this live talking about, is that guy the Antichrist? But look, the biggest thing is he had been in that game. There were probably NDAs that he had, and he started calling out everything for psyops the way that they actually are. With this big push for alien disclosure, it wouldn't surprise me if he came out and said exactly the way things are and what kind of entities are really ruling the earth. Miraculous sleep, feeling great, energized to self-unaliving.
All right, thanks, Moon Henry. So that's been the big question: is did he really do it, or did someone do it for him? As we know, this happens sometimes. David Wilcock's chilling message to viewers 2 days before death reports says it's a little bit scary. Where's the video? I'll just read it. YouTuber and paranormal author David Wilcock, age 53, reportedly passed on Monday, April 20th, 420. Whoa. Florida Representative Anna Paulina Luna has verified the information regarding media figures passing on X. According to a media statement, allegedly took his life outside his residence in Colorado without identifying the YouTuber. All right. It says we're praying for his family. But where's the scary message? Okay. In reference to the unexpected... Oh, yeah, here it is. Nick Pope is another one. Earlier in April, Nick Pope, a former Ancient Aliens contributor, passed away 2 months following his announcement of a stage... whatever, esophageal cancer diagnosis. All right. Eric von Daniken, a Swiss conspiracy theorist, passed away January 2026. That's crazy. Eric von Daniken also... He's one of those people I was looking into back when I was really waking up in the late 2010s. I checked out some of his work back then. In reference to the unexpected deaths of his fellow authors, Wilcock says, I'm excited to be here, every day. I know I've got this video. I'll just wait because I know what he's doing. I've got the video of him saying that stuff, so I'll wait and we'll watch it when I get it. It's up here somewhere. Man argues with a wall. Oh, this is great. Here's a bit of our doom break. Man argues with a wall, and a bystander joins him. This is at a Tim Hortons, so I'm assuming it's Canada. But check this out.
Man, get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you bothering him for? I got him, don't worry. You go ahead. Go ahead. I got him. You go ahead, I got him. Get the fuck out of here! Fucking asshole. Fucking him.
That's so funny, man. That actually worked. He just broke this guy's matrix right there. That's funny. It's a way to do it. Reverse psychology, I guess you might say, right? Just after 4:30 p.m. Here it is. Okay, so here's the clip. This is just after 4:30 p.m. David signing off. And then it's, I guess, less than 24 hours, it says, that he was gone. So let's see. This must be his last broadcast then.
Kiko says, nice to see you in a good mood today, David. It lifts our spirits. Meditation, vibing together, shines so bright. Great show yet again. Much love to us all. Thank you very much, Kiko. Eden Hollander says, thank you, David. Walking Tree says, arigato. Midnight Mark,
Walking
great
Tree,
meditation,
that's a
great
good
show.
one.
Love you, brother. Glad I got done early and could catch most of it. You can come in and get the rest later. Saving the best for last. The end won't be for everyone. I think it's possible that he was sacrificing his reputation for the sake of the plan, just like Batman in the movie The Dark Knight. Thank you so much, David, for your time, effort, and energy. Ghost of Adi, you are now cleared for liftoff. Appreciate that very much. Awesome show, David. Keep the light flowing and keep the faith. Sofa King, that was beautiful. Thank you for another great show, says Vicky Cornwall. Venus Renata, so it is, amen. Thank you guys so much. I really love you and appreciate you guys. I'm so glad that you're here, guys and girls. We will see you on the next time around. And I am so grateful, and we'll do the typical lead out here, and A-N-D, not E-N-D, and scene. There we go.
There you go. So, see if there's any more down here. There's Erin Elizabeth, Health Nut News. She's really good. She was really good about reporting all of the holistic doctors. And here it is right here, actually. Unintended holistic doctor death series over 100 have passed. So I'll put this up for Monday also, because I've covered other things from Erin in the past. All right, moving on. People are saying he did not do it. Some are saying he did, maybe. I don't know. What do you think? I'm not sure. So the two men who wrote the book, The Reincarnation of Edgar Cayce, both just passed away within 6 days of each other. Winfrey, what a name, W-Y-N-N Free, Winfrey, died on April 14th, 2026, and now David Wilcock reportedly passed April 20th. All right, interesting. Another author we didn't know about. So maybe it's the plot of the three-body problem. When aliens discover Earth is inhabited, they seek to eradicate humanity before they evolve into a threat. So an organization of nihilists who hate humanity, like Aunt Farta, something like that, team up with the aliens and begin taking out the scientists who might stop the invasion. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Let's see. And Anna Polina Luna posted it. If you're feeling uneasy about the amount of scientists that have gone missing, past, and recent taking their own lives, reference those scientists and others. You are correct in your intuition. Something is up, but that's pretty interesting there. Three-body problem. Connection. All of it does seem to revolve around UFO type stuff. So here's another one from him talking about the Saturn cult. So here's an older video, but just sharing some interesting information. Let's check it out.
Hear about the Illuminati. If you watch the movie Eyes Wide Shut, you hear about something called the Saturn cult and the Festival of Saturnalia. Why? Because these people trace themselves back to the progenitors who had originally settled on Saturn. So if you look in Eyes Wide Shut, when they're all wearing the masks, they do this dance where they go around in a circle, and that emulates the rings of Saturn orbiting. Because they trace themselves as the descendants of Saturn, and they believe that they're different from the rest of us, that they have extraterrestrial DNA that made them the gods. And that kind of is segueing into the next part of our talk. So there were a very small number of survivors when the moon was blown up, and they got out with only, apparently the story is, the moon was so badly hit that only a few of their damaged spacecraft got out, and their civilization on Earth was almost completely wiped out. So just a small number of them made it, and they crash landed on Earth. And they then interbred with humans, which they were specifically warned not to do. And this created what we call, in the Book of Enoch, the fallen angels. their offspring, their children most likely, the hybrids of their own form, which was about 36 feet tall, and native people on Earth became these 12 to 13 foot tall, red-headed, white-skinned humans. And white skin was not normal for the Earth. And this is preserved in a book that the Vatican did not want you to read, that wasn't even found until the 1800s, but it's very old. It's as old as the book of Genesis, called the Book of Enoch. It's a very, very important text. And I'm going to be doing a lot more about this as I go on, probably writing it into my books. The Scottish explorer James Bruce discovered several copies of it in Ethiopia in 1773. It was translated in 1821, and Jesus quotes from this book in the New Testament, so he obviously thought it was pretty important. The key chapters are chapters 1 through 36, called the Book of the Watchers, and it says that this man, Enoch, was Noah's grandfather, and that he lived for 365 years, so he was some kind of extraterrestrial. Enoch acts as a messenger for what appear to be benevolent extraterrestrials who had threatened these people on Earth, the Watchers, with total destruction that became Noah's flood. But before the flood, before their civilization was wiped out again, because we're now talking about 12,000 years ago, the big Atlantean flood, they used Enoch as a messenger to kind of cut a deal with the good guys, the benevolent ETs, and say, would you please not destroy us? In this book, the Book of Enoch, it says that there was only 200 of them that descended. They became the fallen angels. Lucifer was one of the fallen angels, interestingly enough. He was the leader. The insiders I've spoken to have said it's probably a lot more than 200.
So there you go. I want to share a little bit of his info. Like I said, he's one I've always had to discern, you know what I mean? It's important because he does mix in some things that I don't think are quite right. But sometimes he hits the nail on the head, as they say. Social media users have been uploading videos to the internet of cows approaching them after they start playing jazz music to test out this famous myth. And check out these results. It's really cool, actually.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's cute.
Shannon.
Didn't even think about that, but still. That's pretty amazing. Jazz, I never heard that. Cows like jazz. I was thinking music soothes the beast, but pretty cool, man. I don't know if any of you have cows. I have a wide audience. Even around the world, we can say. We have friends outside of America here, but and you're all in different living conditions. So for all I know, some of y'all have animals, a farm, ranch, who knows? Maybe just a cow. Maybe you live in a neighborhood in suburbia and you just have a cow. I don't know. But let me know if you want to experiment on that. Try some jazz music and see what happens with the cow or cows. Or maybe just go to your neighbors, go to the edge of your fence and start playing some jazz for their cows. See what happens. I don't know if they'd like that or not, but this says in David Wilcock's podcast 2 days ago, he said he was grateful for being alive and acknowledged how many researchers are being taken out. So yeah, this happened too.
Every day that I have on Earth is a gift and a blessing, and I'm very grateful for that because, frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing. Now they're saying they're going to invest. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this and see if anything's going on. It's a little bit scary. I got to say, it's a little bit scary, but you guys knew that I might still show up even though it was last minute and I've had a really rough week. That's kind of like every week, but somehow we keep on making it through all of this. I'm excited to be here.
So again, I don't know. I'm not sure what I think about it. I think it's interesting that, there's other authors that have passed, but also in different ways. That could be anything. And and then with all the scientists going missing and everything else. So the thing is really I'm watching now. I'm going to watch and see, like not that I would want this, but like, is David Icke and people like that going to start things happening and things? I don't know. That'll be weird if they really actually start going after, just people like that, right? Or revealing that kind of stuff, So who knows, man? Who knows how deep and crazy it could get? But I ain't scared. We don't live in fear. But I'm still not sure what to think about what happened with him exactly. What do you think? All right, we'll move on. David Wilcock. What happened? Here's Mari Emmanuel. This is great. Check this out.
Believe you me, after Trump, America is finished.
I say that too.
It's not about Trump. I don't know the man. And I'm getting no benefits out of this anyway. Believe you me, I've never seen him. I've seen him on YouTube, whatever, here and there, bits and pieces. But I don't know him. But I'm telling you, Trump is the last one. Because after the trumpet will be blown. You know why America is going to fall? Which is the United Nations, yeah? 2 reasons. Because America is challenging God at the moment. It's challenging the Lord. It's going to fall for 2 reasons. One, internally. The other reason is externally. The internal reason, there will be traitors within America. There are traitors within the White House. There are traitors within the Pentagon. There are traitors within the governmental system. Traitors who have sold America. And the reason why these traitors came up on surface, because America walked away from the Lord. The Lord allowed them to be punished. To teach them that I'm in charge, not you. You think you can rule the world? It is the Lord who rules the world, not you. So when you challenge me, I will allow infiltrators from within your circle to come and do wondrous things, destroy America. A lot of traitors are within America. And the external reason, it is the wrath of God. Jesus Christ will come very heavily on America. The wrath of God. But internally, there is a lot of traitors. They literally sold it. You'll remember this. The day America goes, remember what's going to happen to the Christians. Very harsh.
Yep.
Very harsh.
Yep.
But the problem with America,
I see it too.
It will take the rest of the world with it when it goes down.
He knows, man. America, Babylon, gonna get hit, and we know in NYC, it's gonna be one of those spots that get hit. Wow, ever used a cat? Man, okay, guys, I haven't tried this out yet. I haven't even looked it up. I don't know I guess it's an app. So I've been actually thinking about it because I do utilize cat TV on YouTube, and Chubbs loves that, so. And not all the time. It's just every now and then. Even usually during a live show, if he's acting out, I'll just put that on and he'll chill and just watch TV. But again, I'm not trying to get him in the habit of staring at screens. But it does help. It's good. And he likes it, But now this is a next level. I'm not even sure if I'm ready for something like this. But apparently, from what I'm seeing here, and there's multiple people using this, there's a cat translator. And look at what happens when they use it. It says, ever used a cat translator? Well, these guys tried it and were surprised at the results. This is really wild stuff. So if any of you ever try this, let me know. You could probably even look it up right now. I'm assuming it's an app.
Abby, do you love me?
Come give me a hug.
Pork chop, come here.
Hey, jump up here.
What are we doing? I'm furious.
Can you read this word?
It goes both ways.
I love you, Guppy.
Meow. Meow.
Hey, Pixie boy.
Pet
me.
Open the door. Oh, I need your microphone. What did she say? What did she say?
Interesting. Hello.
I love you. I love you. I love you. He said I love you, right? I love you too.
I'm in pain.
Opie, do you love me?
Actually nodded no. Yeah, I don't know, man. Y'all let me. I'll have to look into it after the show and see if I can find a cat translator. And that's if that's all real. I'm assuming it's real. It seemed it was real. In 1998 episode of The Simpsons, The Wizard of Evergreen Terrace. Yeah, check this out. This is a really interesting point this lady makes.
Homer Simpson was able to figure out the calculation for the mass of the Higgs boson particle, aka the God particle, 14 years before CERN did, and that equation was worth $13.5 billion. So, is everything a stage? I don't even know anymore, but this is my driver. Are you kidding me? This is the particle accelerator that they're building in CERN, for context. And you just casually put that in a cartoon? You know, something just doesn't make sense there, but whatever.
Mason trickery, I'd say, especially with The Simpsons. You know, they can all get a good laugh on that one. Look what we put in this cartoon. Let's see. Okay, here's one more. Another one with David.
You know, this very strange name, to say the least. This is from the very inappropriately named Red Panda Koala. We'll get into what Red Panda is in a minute. The Red Panda? What the hell is the Red Panda? Oh, okay. Nobody gets 2.1 million views. Something very suspect. Clearinghouse for the Intelligence Community, RPK, posted this story. They're getting massive numbers of views, which is probably because they're paying to tweak the algorithm. Here we go again. RPK. I don't want to keep saying it. Planting a narrative. I think the RPK post is a part of it. Let's get back to RPK for a minute, because they talked about this. Once again, we got the dreaded RPK intelligence product. I'm very adamant about that. And even the name of the guy that planted it, it's like Red Panda. What does that particular bear indicate? Well, you don't even want this same. I'm not going to keep saying it because it's disgusting, but RPK, the same post that's got like, I don't know, 100 posts. I don't think this is a real person. I think this is the IC or the intelligence community. That's just my...
You know, it's real weird. So now that's got me, again, kind of wondering about David Wilcock, just what kind of person he was. But this is a video, not this one, but I showed you guys a couple different versions, because there have been multiple back during the Jersey drone situation where you could see these orbs and you'd watch it, literally watch it transform into an airplane, or even like a little smaller thing, like a drone or something. But the ones we saw, they look like airplanes, and they even got the red and green running lights. Then the sound of an airplane would come in, you know. So that really is happening, and that's what this Red Panda Koala guy was saying. New Jersey mayor releases footage of orb UFOs shape-shifting into fixed-winged craft. So we saw it ourselves, just people that had filmed it. I didn't see it on the news or anything like that. So it's real. So again, maybe that's a thing, you know, it's like maybe he is trying to cover for the fact that these are interdimensional beings. They're shapeshifters. And, but then again, it's like, I don't know. I didn't know him personally. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. From what I've seen of him, I don't believe he knew Christ, but maybe he did. And I hope so, of course. That's why I don't want to say for sure, but I don't know. I don't know. It's questionable. And he's really going after that guy too. I guess he was all mad because that video had so many views. And it's like, I'm glad those videos get a lot of views. Get people thinking outside the box, you know? This person here says, I'm going to start by saying this is not AI, as there are several videos from different angles. This is the best angle. And yeah, you tell me what you think's going on with this. Demons traveling through the airwaves. I don't know. Sound too. That's what I first thought when I saw it, seeing entities traveling through the wires. I'm not saying that's what it is. It's just where my mind goes, some of these things. If indeed it turns out to be real. The person said they don't think it's AI. That's the weirdest part. The sounds, too. Look how fast that thing is, whatever it is going. Pretty cool. Somebody wondered if it was ball lightning, but people always say that for all kinds of things. And I'm like, have you ever actually seen ball lightning in real life? Because people blame ball lightning for all kinds of things, I've noticed. Resident speaks at Seattle City Council. The Democrat City Council wouldn't even look up at him. Man, again, back to these disgusting councils, right? It's like the HOA. That's how I see the councils.
Discouraging to come up here and see all the heads down. It's like, you know.
Sir, you're on a 2-minute timer here, so let's go.
I'm not following you.
You're on a 2-minute timer.
Could you start it over, please?
No, we're not going to. Just go ahead.
So it was unreasonable for you to ask that people look up and give me their attention?
Sir, you have 2 minutes. We're all looking at you. You have 2 minutes. Now you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Last week, you limited, this kind of goes to the heart of what I was going to talk about, which was the state of our democracy. Last week, you limited speakers because of the number of speakers to 1 minute each, but you allowed Camilla Jayapal to speak as long as she wanted to. It was 4 or 5 minutes. And it reminded me of George Orwell's famous saying from Animal Farm about how all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. I immediately got a hostile response back from you. I don't understand that. That you think that asking for you guys to look up off of your computers and give attention during this short period of time was an unreasonable thing. I really feel bad about that.
A lib, but still he's got a good point. That's so disrespectful, with these people, these councils, some of them. Remember, the councils are the ones that was pushing all the gross stuff on the children in public schools, too. I told you I had an Ian Omar video. Check this out. This lady reporter, I don't know what's her name. She's from Real Lindell TV, but man, she's good. She always just gets right on these people. Don't let them back off.
The last time I spoke to you, you said that I was stupid for asking you about your financial disclosure, but there's some discrepancies on there. Would you like to explain that? How did you make such a big mistake on it?
Absolutely, you're stupid for asking me anything.
I am?
Yes.
Well, what about the American people who are wondering how you made such a big
I have
mistake?
explained to the American people.
What's the explanation?
I have given them the explanation.
Do you want to tell our viewers? Because they're
I don't want to tell you jack shit.
Oh.
How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Have
a good day.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Congresswoman Omar, the last time I spoke to you, you said that I was stupid for asking you.
Yeah, these criminals are so gross. It always gives me peace. I always have to go back to Jesus in my mind on everything, it seems like, and just know it's like, he's got this. He's got this. He's got everything. And remember that every knee will bow, every tongue will confess. Everybody has to stand before him someday. And it's like even though some of these people are so vile, it's like I can just feel kind of a concern for them. Like I can imagine when all this illusion of this realm is gone and we're in a place that's more real than this place ever was. And you're standing in front of the creator of everything. I mean, everything, man. Even us, but everything. And you're transparent. He sees everything you did, thought, all of it. Like, dang, dude. It's going to be a horror show for so many people, Says, wait till you see Tesla Optimus. It will be the iPhone moment for humanoid robots. For many, get ready to delete your never going to own a robot postings. You got about 220 days for it all to settle in. So, wow, we've got less than a year. And I guess these are going to be on the market. That's not the robot, by the way.
Forgot my tools again.
It's real cool now until it's kicking us in the face with one of those spins.
Have y'all seen this video? Watch this one right here.
See, you know, your grandmother's standing behind you.
That's not my grandmother, darling. That's a
No,
demon.
I see.
It's not my grandmother.
What's a demon?
It's demonic.
Well, how do you know it's demonic?
Because it's not of God.
Says who? Says the Bible?
It's very clear in the Bible about sorcerers, soothsayers, and they are demonic. They're not of God.
That's such a really hurtful thing to say right now.
I know,
to say
but
demonic.
that's why I wouldn't bother.
Don't say that
I
I'm
wouldn't
talking
bother.
through demonic. Like
I don't believe this is my grandmother. I think it's a demon.
I think you're a demon the way you're acting.
Of course. Of course, that's the response. Love it, man. That lady wasn't holding back. It's a way to do it. Video currently unavailable. What the crap?
Is anyone else following the guy who's keeping an eye on the trees around his house? Not because like he thinks there's something like termite damage or something going on with them, because he thinks one tree is moving. Where is this tree moving? Closer to him. He's even out there in his neighborhood warning neighbors that this tree is not real. This tree, he has no question about it being real because he grew up in this neighborhood and he remembers this tree, but he cannot find this tree present in any childhood photos. So claims that this tree is not seen on Google Maps, does not give us any proof of this. However, we're believing him at this point. Honestly, it's a ridiculous story, but the fact that one night he measures it the next day and it's 32 feet closer to him. He does give us a close look at this tree and he's like, whatever is going on, they're doing a good job because it looks and feels like a tree. Normally I don't buy into this, but I am now following this man and he just gave us an update and guess what? The tree is 6 feet closer to him. I'm not going to stereotype anyone, but keep in mind this is a man who has tattoos on his shins and the top of his hands. So I'm not going to question him, at least not to his face. But he is measuring this every day by foot. Still not a believer, that's okay. I don't think I am either, but people are like, no, this is what my dog does to this one tree in my neighborhood, and are posting videos of their dogs losing their mind at one single tree. I have no idea how this story could possibly end. However, some people are giving pictures of what they're expecting to happen even as early as tomorrow. I just think we're all here watching this man doing this because one, we want to see what the measurements are going to be tomorrow, or really to see how close this tree can get to him before he finally moves out of this neighborhood or someone has him committed. Did anyone else follow?
Yeah, it's a wild story. So we know that there are walking trees. I don't know if this is a case of one. I don't know if it's a setup or something for clicks. I'm not sure. That was same thing, the tree. But then that got me wanting to go watch some of these walking tree videos again. So here's a couple. That dumb stuff. Dumb. Move, bitch, get out the way. Oh my goodness. So maybe that one's so far away that we're not I'm not totally sure. But there have been so many good examples too, really good examples. Dadgun trees are moving. Like I said, these are just some I just picked up. But if you've been around this channel for a while, you know we've seen some awesome ones. Now, this one is freaking freaky, and I was hoping I could actually find the video. I obviously don't think I was able to, because this is the last TikTok here for a bit. But look at this, though. It looks like a giant.
Look at this video real close. Look in the back. You're going to see something so tall that has to be a giant walking behind them trees. Look at how tall those trees are. And look at that figure just back there walking. Now, you can't tell me this video right here is not mind-blowing. But look at this. Like, who is that walking like that? Like, that is not no bird, no animal. Whatever that is very tall. If you look at this...
Isn't that something? But see, I got to tell you, I mean, honestly, I know some of y'all are the same way. I would be compelled to want to run closer. I don't know how close I'd get, but I'd try to get a little closer and at least get a picture of the face or something, you know, if there's a face on it, or figure out what it is. But also, I'm not scared of things. I'd just be praying, like, Lord, please protect me. But I want to get close to this. So, help me out, please, or something. Just to see exactly what that was. That was pretty cool, though. It looked like it really was walking. It looked like it. A woman in Florida just captured some of the strangest thunder you'll ever hear. Yeah, this sounds like maybe some of that alien disclosure stuff coming. Listen closely.
I don't know if my phone will pick this up or not, but I've been outside for like 15 minutes, and the thunder sounds bizarre. What is that? I'm a 7th generation Floridian, and I have never heard thunder like that.
Apex, that was rude. You can have a difference of opinion without insulting people, man.
What is that? Okay, I don't.
So you catch that, though? That's pretty wild. Listen, I think here's where it kicks in.
Thunder sounds.
Yeah, you don't got to insult people if you have a difference of opinion.
Bizarre.
That's why I always ask that we, as brothers and sisters, love each other more, closer, not be that way. But that's me. Here it is.
What is that? I'm a 7th generation Floridian, and I have never heard thunder like that.
That's pretty wild. Yeah, man, that is rude. I call it what it is. I don't do that to people. I have a difference of opinion all the time, but I don't mock people or cut them down. I'm just saying, man, we're just different. It's all right. An American showed Kroger's new security setup. Entire aisles are now barricaded off. Shoppers are let into secured sections, then held until items are locked up or carried to the register. This is crazy. I don't think I could keep shopping at a place like that.
Standing in Kroger, and that is a barricade on that end. And when you turn this way, that is also a barricade. And so, wow, this is crazy. So you come in, there's a door there to enter, and this entire health, wellness section is barricaded off within the store. That is so wild to me.
That is wild.
Kroger, and that is a barricade.
That's crazy, but it's not. Again, we know, you know what's coming. 15-minute cities, lockdowns, and stuff like that. And we've seen a lot of these stores moving towards that, keeping things locked up. Brand new Wendy's are being designed and built. Speaking of things being locked up and changing, 15-minute city style. Brand new Wendy's are being designed and built that no longer let customers go inside. So check this out. I'll never forget, and it's probably been a couple years since we've seen it, but I showed you guys a video of, ironically, it's called Patriot, and it was a gas station, and it was all white, and it had a horse, like a red and blue horse, I guess for the red, white, and blue. It was called Patriot. And Patriot usually, you think of freedom, right? This isn't so much freedom, but Patriot was fully run automatically. Like there were no humans there at all. And it was just a really weird setup. It felt like a little prison when you went inside. It looked like there was a guy that walked inside and showed, and there were no people. You didn't deal with people.
Brand new Wendy's, but here's the difference. You cannot sit down inside to eat your food. You're going to order your food from this window, right? And then you're going to walk around the building, right? And you're going to sit down and eat right there. Now, if you're doing DoorDash, you walk through these doors and you're going to pick up your food right there or what have you. And they're going to have computer screens right there where you can order your food. This is how they're doing it now in some locations with Wendy's and probably other restaurants where, traditionally you would be able to go in and sit down and eat. But now they're switching it up. This is new to me. Let me know in your city, wherever you from, y'all got these style type of restaurants where you can't sit down and eat no more. There's essentially no lobby. Everything is pretty much on the outside, and this is a brand new Wendy's.
Not surprised, exactly. I feel like we saw this another clip last week. It was a young lady, and I can't remember the restaurant she was at, but it was another one of these situations. Remember, she said they want your money, but they don't want you. He built a script that calls back spam callers and traps them in an endless loop. Check this out. Some of you guys might like something like this. I have one of those things on my phone that just blocks all that stuff all the time. Do you get a lot of spam calls? Man, I get my share.
So check this out. So I get all these spam calls from on this phone number all the time, right? Yeah, a bunch of them, right? So what I've done is I've created a script in JitBit. What this is going to do is it's going to call them back, right? It's going to wait for them to answer.
Thank you for calling Express Flooring.
It's going to interact with the prompts automatically. And when they answer, it's going to play Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. So now,
Okay.
if you don't know,
Gotta watch the music.
is that I have it on repeat.
All right. I get it, kinda, but all right. Yeah, there's apps you can get on your phone that just block a lot of that garbage. I get more spam calls than real calls, for real, but I like it like that. InfoWars will soon go down. Yeah, here we go. This is Harrison H. Smith. He's one of the guys over on InfoWars, and here's what he's got to say about the situation.
I'd like to explain something that should be simple but seems to be confusing people. See, InfoWars is shutting down. We won't be around much longer, like as in a matter of days. And people are treating this like a victory for the bad guys, like we failed somehow. I want to explain, InfoWars has never failed. InfoWars as an entity is shutting down, but that's just a name. That's a vessel. That's like a tank or a battleship or a castle. The fighting spirit and the people who are waging the war, we still exist, and we're going to be flying a different banner now. We'll be operating under a different name, but nothing has really changed. We didn't fail in the sense of collapse, in the sense of losing popularity or doing something so horrible that we rightfully get shut down, like Gawker and BuzzFeed and Vice News and, all of our biggest leftist competitors that got routine cash injections of hundreds of millions of dollars. They all failed outright and completely. Or in the case of Gawker, they published somebody's porn tape without their permission, which is just egregious. What we did, on the other hand, was cover the most popular conspiracy theory at the time in a minor way, in a way that was utterly and completely and deliberately misconstrued with a $300 million legal attack against us. That was entirely fraudulent in every step of the way, was completely rigged to an insane degree, and in all likelihood, this thing will eventually be overturned, and all that will have happened is that a successful media company has been subjected to years and years and years of restriction and legal abuse, and yet has succeeded anyway. And yet, despite not getting the hundreds of millions of dollars cash injections, despite being banned off of every major platform, and certainly not getting the support of any mainstream organizations whatsoever, we have still dominated. You can look this up. You can check the court records yourself. According to the court records, when we had to go into bankruptcy, we were making $60 million a year. $60 million a year. Now, it takes a lot of money to run the operation, but does that sound like a failure to you? Does that sound like we've lost? Does that sound like we're doing something that people don't want to watch or aren't compelled by? The fact is, we've kicked ass too hard. We've kicked ass so hard that the entire deep state, corrupt Democrat array, literally the top law firms in the country, launched a multi-$100 million attack against us. That's how important they thought this was. That's how valuable they thought it would be to remove Alex Jones and InfoWars from the airwaves. And that's why they did it. And guess what? They fucking failed.
I saw some people saying that they like Harrison. I do too. Yeah, I like Harrison's reporting. And it's funny because if you just looked at the guy, you would think he's like a loony lefty type, you know, but he's not. He's not a loony righty either. He's, what's the term they use? I don't know. But he's somewhere in the middle on all that. Libertarian. I think he's a libertarian. Mark of the Beast lie is here. Yeah, check some of these clips out from her. This is Ashley Hayes on YouTube.
Nobody's going to hell. Let me say something to many Bible believers. Everything that you read in the Bible did not come from God. This Bible has been manipulated.
I hate it, man. This is horrible because I've seen, you know, it's a spirit, it's an attitude. I've seen it before online, and it's really unfortunate, man. A lot of people are like this. They got no clue, man, what they're saying. It's like, forgive them, Father, because they don't know what they're doing.
Bible has been manipulated, turned over, flipped. King James Version, so many different versions. Nobody understands. Books taken out, books added in, words taken out, words added in. You cannot believe every word in the Bible.
My hot take is that men created religion, specifically the Abrahamic religions, but I'll hone in on Christianity, because they collectively felt inferior to women, because women can bring life into the world. They are the creators of life, and men are not. And so they needed the God of all, the one true God, to be father, to be man, because they feel inferior to women. Hence why we exist in a patriarchal, capitalistic, imperialistic, Black Mirror, hellscape, dystopia nightmare.
The craziest parts about Christianity is the idea that Jesus came down here to die for our sins, when in reality, Jesus came down here to show us that he was God in human form, and to show us that we were God in human form, and them niggas murdered him because he knew who he was and he was standing in that shit. But I love how y'all twisted it to say that Jesus died for our sins. That was a nice touch.
Got the magic in me. Every time I touch that track,
and the reason that Christianity doesn't want you to believe that you are an extension of God and instead wants you to believe that God exists in a white savior is because if you believed you were an extension of God and you believe that source energy lived within you, guess what you would ask for? More. Guess what you would have? Boundaries. Guess what you would have? Self-worth. Guess what it would be harder to do to you? Control you.
I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. Easter week. Oh God. Oh my God. I used to be a part of it. I get it. And can we stop with the whole Jesus gave me life, he saved me from hell, from myself, from my sins? That's not what happened. That's not it. Like this whole thing about like Jesus is my personal Lord and Savior, and he died and he rose again, and me believing that is what saved me. No.
The reason why you can heal the sick, raise the dead, and cast out demons is because of who you are. In fact, Jesus quoted the psalmist when he said, "You are gods," and the word is gods is little g. Ye is big G, and you are little g. You're little g, God.
It really is wild watching Satan take this world full circle right back to the Garden of Eden, to the exact same lie he told Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, to the exact same lie that he told the angels in heaven, ye shall be as gods. And this lie is setting the stage. It is laying the foundation. It is flooding social media. And I will continue to talk about it because, like I said before, apart from the gospel, this is the most important thing that we can expose. If you have eyes to see and you can see this deception being laid, this foundation being laid, it is second to the gospel, the most important thing that we can expose. Because this is the very lie that will lead the world off a cliff into hell. This is the very lie that will lead the world to line up and receive the mark of the beast. Now, this is also very important to mention in this whole scheme of deception and what is coming. This is the Abrahamic family house. So it has 3 houses of worship, one for Judaism, one for Islam, and then for Catholicism. Of course, Christianity is not included in this because they say that Catholicism is Christianity, but it is not. But I digress. This houses and unites, right, the three Abrahamic religions. And people look at this and they think that this is the one world religion, that all religions are uniting, that it's going to come together, and this will be the one world religion from the Antichrist. We see this playing out in real time. They are merging these three religions into one. They are blurring the lines. The people in charge don't want you to know this, but Muslims love Jesus. Islam reveres him as a major prophet and messenger of the Lord, believes he performed miracles, and states that he will return to earth to defeat the Antichrist. This is why DT's painting depicting himself as the Son of God offended the president of Iran. It was an attack on his religion as well as Christianity, blurring the lines, merging them together. Again, the same narrative. Is Islam really evil? The Pope is even saying that Islam is a religion of peace and that we can learn from them. This also happened. We are seeing the merging of these three religions. They are doing this on purpose. This is all a part of the narrative. They are blurring the lines, merging them into one. But why? This is not the one world religion of the Antichrist. This is not the religion that the Antichrist presents to the world. This is the final religion of the Antichrist. Ye shall be as gods. Because see, what the Antichrist does is he comes in and he tears that entire system down. The entire system, Babylon, is an economic, political, and religious system. This is why we see the foundation being laid, the stage being set for people deconstructing from religion, deconstructing from Christianity, saying that we can be our own gods, we can ascend. It is leaving all of that in the past. It is literally dismantling. The Antichrist will dismantle religion. That is why they are unifying it. They are pulling it into one, merging all of it into one. So when the Antichrist comes in, he will tear the entire system down, which includes Abrahamic religions. We have to remember the Antichrist comes in and he tears down an entire worldly system. He dismantles an entire worldly system, an economic, political, and religious system. And he does this in order to usher in the new system, the new world, the new age, the great reset, whatever you want to call it. But that's what the AC does. That's why he's seen as the world's savior, because the world right now is completely numb. We're fed up, we're fatigued, we're exhausted, we're sick and tired of the current system. This is literally 90% of TikTok videos now. There's a reason for that. And there's also a reason for the videos that are showing, deconstructing from religion, and all these videos, and now pastors that are starting to push the narrative that we can be as gods, we can ascend, we can, achieve our own Christ consciousness, all of that. It's all a part of the narrative. It is chess pieces being moved into place by Satan. He comes in and he says, Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, yeah, that's the oppressive tyrant God that has been enslaving humanity since the beginning of time. This is also why we are seeing our entire political system pretending to be Christian. This is why the Bible readings, this is why we are seeing all of this Christianity get pushed, because they are pretending to worship Yahweh. Why? Because the world knows what these people are involved in. The world knows what these political leaders are involved in, the Epstein stuff, all of that. We know who they are. And if they pretend to worship Yahweh, then when the Antichrist comes in and says, hey, Yahweh is the oppressive tyrant, the one who has enslaved humanity, this is why our political systems need to get taken down, because they worship Yahweh. Yahweh is the evil one. The Antichrist tears this entire system down, the system that is pretending to worship Yahweh, because in the end, it will make Yahweh look like the evil one, and that will lead the world into war against the Lord Jesus Christ. It's all a part of the plan. The foundation is being laid. Satan is taking this world full.
It says Bethel Church's Chris Valaton says the reason you can raise the dead and heal the sick is because you're a god. Yeah, man, dangerous stuff. Bethel's been bad a long time. We've seen plenty of stuff in there.
Do you hear that?
Crap. Says contains AI generated media at the bottom. I hate that. Not cool.
If you
it's
haven't heard about this yet,
that's why, again, I just can't stand the infiltrators, people that mix truth with lies, that do that kind of stuff on really important subjects, and they're already fringe subjects. It's already hard for people to believe some of these things, that there's horns in the skies, right? And then you get crap like that. People will start mixing things in, and I just don't like that. But that's what AI is for, right? Very deceptive times and all. I don't see any AI. At least TikTok does that. That's good. I think that was the main part of that. But yeah, the sky trumpets have been around. I did a video on it on the scariest movie ever back in like 2012.
Lighten up now.
That's crazy, man. Man, that's crazy. It's like a trumpet. It's like a judgment trumpet. Guess y'all get right. And this has been happening all day. If I ain't right with the Most High, I suggest y'all get right with the Most High, because that's a trumpet. I don't care what nobody says. That's a trumpet. I ain't out here trying to crank nobody. That's loud. Bub, that's loud.
Yeah, it is.
Y'all ain't right with God. Y'all need to get right. This always happens when something bad. When something bad is
Wind is definitely picking up. This is definitely 60-mile-per-hour winds. Might be maybe even 70.
That's definitely a trumpet. It's like I've seen this on social media. I heard it.
There you go. So there's a few, but like I said, you can go down that rabbit hole. It's a fun one to go down. But there's a lot of really good examples. They've even covered it on. You can find a lot of local news type reporting on it, and then sharing the person's video that live in that area. So there's a lot of coverage on that. It says an angel spoke to me, and it wasn't nice. Oh boy.
Miracle, and you got to watch this today.
I got down to 87 pounds on my bed. And one night, and I knew something just told me, you're dying tonight. That night, 3 angels visited me in my bedroom in Puerto Rico, 2 in the back, 1 in the front. I can't say they were the nicest angels. It was kind of a scary experience if you want to know the truth. The one in the front spoke to me, but it roared at me. And all it said was, it's not your time. In my mind, I said, well, then God help me. As soon as I did that, I didn't hear this audibly, but in my mind, I heard 2 instructions. Give thanks for everything you're thankful for and pray for somebody else. The next morning, I kept hearing something that said, get up, get up, get up. I hadn't been out of bed in 30 days at that point. I get up that morning, and with my wife and my son's help, they helped me go upstairs 17 steps to the living room to sit and watch TV. I hadn't been out of bed in 30 days. I was 87 pounds that day. The pressure was so much on my little 87-pound body on my feet that it made the skin fall off my feet that week because I hadn't walked in so long. My wife turned on Christian Broadcast News Station. It just happened to be the channel that was on. There was a lady named Terry Meeson. I don't know if you know the 700 Club. Pat Robertson started that. He passed away a couple years ago. But him and her was on there. She said, there's somebody out there right now. She said, you have a severe sinus infection. And that's what it was. I had a cracked sinuses, and it was so infected. Antibiotics, they couldn't do surgery on it. Steroids, nothing would stop it. It was me. And I was just draining this stuff. It caused me to lose my voice. I couldn't eat anymore. She said, there's somebody out there right now. She said, you've lost your voice. You can't speak. She said, it's even affecting your stomach. She said, it's killing you. It's so bad. She said, God is healing it right now. My wife had a 2-gallon bucket set up for me because the drainage would fill my stomach so full a couple times a day, I'd have to upchuck and lose it. I wouldn't even let my friends come over anymore because the infection it smelled so bad. coming in the front door, it would just make you sick. It was so bad and nauseous. The next spit, out of habit of spitting this gunk out, after that lady said that on TV, I felt fire go through my throat. And the next spit, the doctor told me I probably wouldn't have saliva anymore. The next spit was clear. And I'm like, what? I spit again, clear. And I said, I cleared my throat. That was the first time I'd heard my voice, my vocal cords make a sound in 30 days. Within 2 minutes, I had my voice back. That day was the first day I took a bite of food in 40 days that day. The next couple weeks, I gained about 40 pounds.
This is
Wow. Love it. What a testimony. Imagine how scary that'd be to be chastised by an angel. What is that, sir? Here comes trouble. Father and son scientists taken out, 14th and 15th.
have just
Aerospace defense engineer, military veteran, passed away in a plane crash with family. So just letting you know, there's more than a dozen now, right? So the list is still kind of growing, it would seem. Crazy. I wonder, can you imagine being one of the people that go and take somebody out and then set it up and make it look like they took their own life? Like, what kind of monster are we dealing with here? A terror? A psychopath? A controlled psychopath? It could be that, because there's McUltra, you know, and there's even a thing called Delta programming, where they program assassins, so perhaps that's a part of it. I mean, it makes sense. If you've never heard of that, look into Fritz Springmeier and all the different levels of programming, but Delta is one. There's Sex Kitten, there's all kinds, you know. How gross is this up here on the right side? I see they're advertising, it's got 3 men with no shirts on in bed together, but it's called Noah's Ark. Oh boy, come quickly, Lord Jesus. We're tired of this place. Bombshell findings reveal possible proof that Noah's Ark existed. So, of course, they're going to put this up here next. Watch it for free, guys.
Get ready for this one. A team of American researchers working in the high mountains of Turkey have uncovered what appear to be hidden tunnels similar to the descriptions of the biblical account of Noah's Ark.
Our next guest says his newly found evidence can prove that Noah's Ark did in fact exist, turning this biblical mystery into a reality. Joining us now from Turkey is one of those researchers from Noah's Ark Scans, Andrew Jones. Andrew, thank you so much for joining us and for all the good work that you're doing. This is fascinating. Tell us about your findings that could prove the real-life existence of Noah's Ark.
Thank you for having me on. Yes, greetings from the mountains of Ararat, where the Bible says the ark landed. I'm about 1 mile from the Iranian border, and in this remote area, this boat formation was discovered in 1959. But our new research has shown that there are tunnels about 4 meters down and about 2 meters high, going down the center of the boat and on the inside edge of the hull shape. And so we really believe that this layout showing tunnels and also possible support beams and walls would suggest that it's a man-made object and not just a natural formation.
Yeah, many geologists disagree with that. They say, look, this is just a natural formation. But gosh, Andrew, when I look at that, it doesn't look very natural to me. What's your response to those geologists?
Yeah, so first of all, you have to explain, how did an earthen formation get into the shape of a ship? And then is exactly 300 cubits long, which is the length given in the book of Genesis in the Bible. And so we have the exact length, we have the ship shape, and we're in the right location. And now we're also seeing that the soil inside is different from right outside the formation. So we have 3 times more organic matter found inside versus right outside. So it's a distinct object and not just part of the mountainside.
Can you take your work underground and explore some of these tunnels to get a definitive answer?
That is the next goal, and we're really hoping that the Turkish universities will be able to do that. And
cool, man. We'll move on. Yeah, I know. I've seen some people in comments say that we've known it for a long time. Agreed. But it's nice to see it on the mainstream, you know, breaking out. Chinese scientists have been passing away. We saw this earlier, mysteriously as well. And this was just from 2 days ago. So on here they show you something's going on, man. like real hitmen type stuff. I would assume it's probably like Delta programmed type people. What if you ever, man, it's crazy. I don't know. Now my mind's wandering. Carmageddon.
Car dealerships in America are having a pretty hard time right now, and they need each and every one of you guys who are driving these older vehicles to come on in and buy you a new vehicle. Did you guys hear about Carmageddon? Carmageddon is the dealerships having to close down because their cars are too expensive and nobody's buying these $100,000 trucks and $60,000 vehicles. So what's happening is right now at car dealerships, they have a surplus of brand new 2023s that they weren't able to sell. They have a surplus of brand new 2024 vehicles that they weren't able to sell. And they have 2025s that they weren't able to sell. And then we're in the 2026 and they have a bunch of those that are still sitting on the lot. That's crazy. Now here's the part that's going to shock you all. If the main part supplier for vehicles that are 10 years or older goes bankrupt, would it be suspicious if that company that supplies 80% of the vehicles, parts for older vehicles goes bankrupt? Well, that's what's happening, and I think that is pretty suspicious because if you can't get parts for older vehicles, soon you're going to have to buy a new car.
Yeah, you'll be forced to get something that can be tracked. You know, it's got a computer in it, and for sure. I mean, that's what they want. They tried it with the electric car push big time, but that didn't. Luckily, that didn't go over. But speaking of the electric car push, here's from Elon Musk. Cybercab now has started production, so apparently this is coming now too. Taking more jobs from people. That's why none of this stuff's cool to me. Oh, look how cool this is. You're taking people's jobs. But we also know they're preparing for that, post-human existence. I guess that's it. Mostly just POV type shot. But, yeah, man, taking people's jobs. It's not cool. They know what they're doing. Iran destroyed... Oh, man, this is a crazy one. It had me thinking about how much I hate the weather in America right now, especially in my state, pretty much for the last year or so. Actually, I'd say the summers were the worst. Were really bad for like 3 years there. And then this last year has been setting, record heat, like basically every day over 10 to 15 degrees higher than what it should be. It's really out of control here in Oklahoma. I notice it because I'm a big fan of having the doors open, windows open. I'm tucked away. I've got a bunch of trees and little forests kind of around me, and it's just really nice. It makes for a nice day. But, unfortunately, haven't had as many because it's freaking heat. And like I said, they've already said they're tracking that this isn't going to end, that our summer is going to be 10 to 15 degrees hotter every day. So it's like, oh, cool. Please come quickly, Lord Jesus. If the weather doesn't get me, I don't know what will. But what Iran did is they destroyed the weather modification machines in Gulf states. And Iran reportedly destroyed weather modification machines located in Gulf states. And almost immediately, the weather shifted. Rain followed, and shortly after, snow began to fall. Iran had reportedly been suffering through a 10-year drought. Isn't that weird? We saw the story earlier about America having a drought right now. Weather manipulation is no longer just a conspiracy theory, and honestly, it hasn't been for a while. This just proves it even further. So see, I knew I wasn't crazy about this Oklahoma stuff and other states in America. It's crazy what they're doing right now. But look at that. That's the Middle East. That's not normal. It's like, I'm sure they don't even really know how to drive in snow. I imagine. All right, there you go, man. Interesting. I wish they'd destroy those things over here. That'd be nice. Get some cooler weather, some comfortable summers. So we're getting summer weather, like what would normally be summer weather, before 2020, I'd say. It's like, that's what we have now, in the spring. A Chinese car company advertised. Look at this. This is crazy. Y'all can look it up and make sure it's real because I don't know. A Chinese car company advertised their car at the rate of $4,000. It was unbelievable, so someone went and checked it out, and I guess they found out it was real. Check it out.
$4,000. $4,000. $4,000. I have many. We are Tahu Xiaola, Guangzhou, China. Welcome to my company. Contact me.
So the viral video claims that this car, they are all going for $4,000, $4,000, $4,000, $4,000, $4,000. There's only one way to confirm.
Oh, yes.
It's true?
Oh, yes. Oh, good.
This is a Landwind X7 that looks exactly like a Range Rover.
I guess they're all fake name brand, right?
So this is a Landwind X7 that looks exactly like a Range Rover. Oh, this is super cool.
$4,000? Wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Range Rover also costs $4,000.
Right? I mean, that's pretty crazy. $4,000. Not bad for $4,000, right? Whatever that other thing was, the Landwind. The Landwind. Who cares? I guess what really matters is would it hold up, you know? Is it going to hold up for a long time? For $4,000, you would hope so, but I don't know. Do you get what you pay for? Back to the data centers, they don't just take land and water, they may also take our health. Let me see if... I think the audio is low on this. Let me see. No, it's not that. It is.
Radius of these data centers. The kids under 10 are starting to have heart murmurs. We're seeing folks over 65 are starting to have early onset dementia. We see folks in their 40s starting to have heart attacks at higher rates. Even in livestock, we're seeing chickens within a 5-mile radius lay 50% less eggs. We're seeing cattle lose 30% of their body weight. Sheep and goats also lose 30% of their body weight.
So just like it's just a big destructive element, you know, it's like destroys everything else around it. Also, it can funnel AI. Wonderful. First Reformed Church of Astoria in New York City has mysteriously caught fire. A local Muslim group is expected to soon make an offer to purchase the location and submit a permit to build a mosque to replace the church. And we've seen that very same situation happen before with some of these churches, and then they get turned into mosques. It's weird. You never see like synagogues and mosques being taken down like that. This woman lives in Boston, Massachusetts. She has a 6-month-old child and needs childcare, but she heard it was expensive. Yeah, look at the prices here. Again, it's back to healthcare. It's just out of control. We've been seeing that week to week.
If you're looking for price authenticity for childcare in the seaport of Boston, come along with me. I need childcare for my 6-month-old son, and I work right next to a KinderCare. So I am going to pop over there. Okay, I'm now back at work. What an experience that was. The woman was really nice. She was fine, the director. As a new mom, I'm just like crazy about the cleanliness of spaces, and it like wasn't the cleanest space I've ever seen, specifically the infant rooms. I just like wasn't overly impressed with that. There was a few other comments that just kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. So for pricing, this is where it gets truly crazy, and I know this is a true problem in the United States. Like, this is really a legitimate problem that needs to be addressed because people can't afford childcare. So I was looking for 2 days a week, possibly 3. So the price for 2 days per week, 8 days a month, is $2,450 plus an initiation fee. Okay, 3 days a week, 12 days a month is $3,115.
Wow.
All of that is crazy to me, and I'm not undervaluing childcare, but like that is crazy.
Totally. I don't know about you guys. Let us know if you've had any crazy prices you've had to pay just for your child care. I know that's probably bad all over now, isn't it? Multiple, here's a term I hadn't heard yet, but it makes sense. Multiple woke Reich podcasters have paused the streams for unknown reasons. And these are a lot of those people like Candace, Nick Fuentes, Ian Carroll, Sneeko. I don't know a whole lot about Sneeko, but he's supposed to be a guy on the right, but he's constantly bashing the right. And we see that with these other people as well. It's like, and they're all, very much against that little country out there. It's a big deal with some of these folks, and they keep pushing it. And I told you the hatred for that country is just growing all over, man. But the Bible told us it'd be that way. It's like, no surprise. But yeah, we're seeing it big time now. But anyway, I guess they're just trying to make a point here. A lot of these people shut down their streams for now. Candace is just, I don't watch her. Get bad vibes from her. Okay, I don't know if this is rage bait or not. That's why I'm not even sure. I don't know. But then I was wondering, I looked in the chat, in the comments, and some people were wondering too. But then you decide. Just what do you think you would do if you were this man?
Hey, baby. I'm so tired. What's up, Zion?
What's up?
What up, my boy?
I got this one.
You got Play-Doh?
Yeah.
Where's the rest of your Play-Doh?
Yeah.
What you eating on, baby? Popeyes? What he ate today?
I ate rice.
What do you mean? What he ate? I mean, you don't know what he ate?
Rice. You gave him rice before you left.
Just rice? Just the rice before Baby,
That's what you gave him.
What time is it?
10:49.
Baby, I went to work at 1 o'clock.
I know.
So what did he eat the rest of the day?
He just told you rice.
Sorry, what you ate?
I ate rice.
What? So where's this? You got him some food, right?
Got what? You some food?
Me and him.
No.
What do you mean, though?
No, I didn't.
So why are you sitting
You
here?
should have made sure you got some. Actually, you were at work. When you left, you could have got some food, and you could have got some food.
What the? Hold on. I really hope you playing right now. No, hold on. You ain't just go get food and not feed my son while I was at work this whole time. You ain't never just go do that. Don't ever tell me you just did that. Tell me you playing right now.
What? Playing about what?
So just because he's not your son mean you don't gotta feed him? You stepped up as a stepmother.
Well, like that makes a lot of sense.
Yo, hold on, wait, no. Call his mom. You know his mom is nowhere to be found.
That sounds like her problem.
Yo, I really hope you got that. That's his food at the bottom of that plate. Like, tell me you playing right now.
Those are fries. They gave me extra fries.
Yo, bro,
Chicken just say that.
I don't listen. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. I don't want none of that. My son ain't eat since 1 o'clock.
He did. He has milk and like.
Milk ain't gonna. He's a fucking 3-year-old kid.
Okay.
Milk is not gonna.
So where was your antennas?
At work.
Felt like he was okay.
At work, working for you and for us to pay these bills.
Let me talk. Most responsible parents would leave their kids with some food. Like it's not my job to think. Oh, hey,
it's food in the microwave. It's food in the fridge.
Huh?
It's food in the fridge. You could have made him some quick food.
Hence the Popeyes. If
And you ain't get him no.
Myself,
So you're not gonna buy food for yourself and not buy none for him.
I gave him a fry.
Sire, tell me this is a joke. You didn't eat nothing else but rice today? My son only had rice. Like,
how many times did
all right. Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Real spill. I don't like that. What you just did to me, bro, or my son. Real spill. I really feel like you should pack your shit and just go. Go. If you can't,
go where?
Out of my damn house that I'm paying bills in.
Did you forget my name's on these too?
Baby girl, you're not paying a damn dollar in here. I don't care what you're saying. I'm working my ass off thinking you.
If you want me to get out, I'm not going nowhere. Over some fucking Popeyes.
Man, give me this, man. You rude. That's rude. I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna throw it off the balcony because that was rude of you.
Oh, he's gonna be even more hungry.
Bet. Okay. I'm gonna help you pack your stuff too. Get all your stuff right here. Come on. Nah, come on. Come pack your stuff. Come on. Here you go.
You put my stuff over the balcony. Your son going on the balcony.
Yeah, right.
Dang.
It's called peoples.
Eek, man. Imagine that. Working all day, trying to pay the bills, got a little one at home with your lady or husband or boyfriend, you can just flip it, and they do that? Oh my gosh, like eating right in front of your kid too. Like, dude, are you serious? Says, my friend sent me this one. Both of us film all the time. Last year around this time, we both filmed these black trails. Yeah, here's a new one some people have been filming. It's black trails out of the plains instead of the regular white chem we get. I wonder what's in this potion. Yeah, black goo, someone said. Maybe. Why not? He looks like one of those berserkers, doesn't it? Or dementors. Dementors. The dementor creatures. The sky squids. Yeah, that's crazy, man. It's not cool. What in the heck is in that potion that makes it black? This was just kind of a interesting one. It's both of these guys, as far as we know, removed themselves. They took their lives. These actors, Robin Williams and Philip Seymour Hoffman. So let's check out this interesting conversation they're having. Just keeping in mind, eventually they removed themselves. Unless it was a Delta.
I rarely remember any dreams anymore. It's something I actually think about a lot, but
yeah, it's crap. Why are we here? I don't care. Why am I here? What am I doing? Why aren't I gone?
Yeah.
I feel this swell of hope, and then it's taken away.
Day after day that can be wearing, and
yeah, you can be the most brilliant guy in the world and still be upset, and still not handling life very well.
Yeah.
I mean, an atheist suddenly finds himself walking around after death. He's got some serious reevaluating to do.
I think it's about, I always say it's about a lot of people's lives, but it's about a man's life.
And where's God in this equation? Because he made this.
Yes. Yes, it's definite.
Why would you do that? Why would you give us this? This is it? Where is God? Where are you? Why don't you say something? This is like a jail. That wall. That wall. Yeah, that wall. That wall. Yeah, right, that wall. That wall. None of this works.
I think everyone felt that way that I know, that I talked to. Ultimately, everyone is the lead in their own story. And then eventually life ends. And all those questions arise during that time.
Maybe that's why I'm here. I'm constantly looking for some kind of answer,
Yeah. Ultimately, you never get there, and you never really do figure it out, and you never really get the answer. And are you ever really fulfilled? And are you?
No, I'm a man. You're not the cure.
So I don't know. Somebody asked if it was an AI. I don't know. I don't think so. Let's see if see what Grok says. May have some information on it. We'll see. We'll give it a try. Because Grok isn't always right. That's definitely something to consider also. Still searching. All right, let's see. It's taking Grok a little while on this one. Edited montage, separate interviews in which they grapple with existential despair, talking about God. Both actors passed away, da-da-da. Posted by UAP dedicated exploring reality's true nature. I don't see anything about it being an AI. It just looks like it was real interviews and they edited it to look like they were both sitting across from each other. So I seem to pick up from that. Here's some footage of that. We had a massive tornado at the Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma. And look at this. It's welcome to Tornado Alley. It's a big one too. Look at that. It's our state. We get a lot of these. Do we get the most? I feel like we get the most out of the states, out of the United States. I feel like Oklahoma. I know it's one of the worst. They call this Tornado Alley. And and May is usually real heavy, usually. But again, who knows with the weather now? It's a gamble. I don't know what's going to happen. But usually May is really bad here for tornadoes. We've had our worst ones in May.
I have a video for you today that is going viral and for very good reason. This was captured by a couple of witnesses in South America. They were down by the water when they noticed something odd coming up from the water itself. What they expected was maybe a fish or even a snake. So they began recording, but what they captured has everyone claiming this to be footage of a mermaid. And there's a couple of things you need to pay close attention to as the being comes up out of the water, the shadow it makes, and then as it dives back down, its wake, and again, those ripples. But the question remains, is this real or not? Take a look at this footage, comment below, tell me what you think.
What do you think about that? If it'll happen, they're running it real slow. Like super slow-mo. All right, let's get to, there it is. I don't know, what do you think? Real AI? Could be an AI for sure. Or could it be real? Could it be a visitor from the Marine Kingdom. Just saying hi. Says before his passing on April 20th, 2026, David Wilcock left a letter with his lawyer outlining a path forward if anything ever happened to him. In this clip, his best friend Jude reads that portion that David intended for his community. So here's the last bit on David Wilcock. Let's check this out.
In one of the last conversations I had with
false
David,
idols
he
back
had
there.
disclosed to me that he had written this important letter and sent it to his lawyer. This was the lawyer for, I believe, Stavati and maybe some of his other business holdings. I'm not sure. I never met the lawyer. He never told me or disclosed to me what was in. Sorry, I'm checking my mic battery because it died earlier, but we're okay. He never disclosed to me the contents of the letter, but he was worried about the contents of the letter, and he was worried about what his lawyer might interpret it as, or worried about his lawyer's response. Anyway, this is an excerpt that his brother emailed to me. I have the entire letter. I can't read the entire letter because part of it is private, but I'll read what his brother Michael released to the public. Okay, here's the final portion of the document. I'm going to start with that because he talks about, this is from David. I also ask that this document remain confidential to preserve the security of the names, situations iterated herein, apart from portions of the last paragraph on the first page, if appropriate. I hope that this serves as a valid outline for path forward in the event that I was lost, comma, and that I have your forgiveness. I feel I have done the best I could do in a very difficult situation. And then he signs this, and it's David Wilcock, Saturday, April 18th, 2026. And this is the part that he wants you all to hear as his family audience. I do deeply apologize to everyone if something like an accident ended up happening. Thank you for loving me. I feel I have done the very best that I could. My health has collapsed from poverty, starvation, and disease. I have also now almost completely run out of money. I did my very best to keep on going for as long as I could. For my family, friends, and all of my greater family of supporters, I want you to know how much I love you and how sorry I am if something ended up happening to me. I know that accidents are possible in my reduced state.
Wow.
So very intense.
That is intense. That is intense. Especially saying in case something like an accident
His brother
happens.
then basically is thanking some of the investigators and law enforcement. I myself spoke with one of the responding officers who unfortunately witnessed this situation.
So, right, that adds kind of a whole new level to it. That's why I saved that for last. But again, my hope is that he knew Christ. My hope is that he's in heaven with our Father. And, there you go. It's my hope, but I'm not sure. There's helicopters and stuff flying everywhere. If I was to guess, I don't know what this is. There's the Pentagon. There's a UFO. So they've got we've been seeing these orbs, right? The metal orbs all around. It's been a part of the whole op. Same with the drones, so-called drones. This is from UAP Wixie over on X.
Flying everywhere. But if I was to guess, I don't know what that is. Just hovering right there.
Look at that.
Not even moving.
It's getting close, y'all. Real close. Yeah, we've seen, it's called the Buno or something orb. They first was down in South Africa or South America. And since we've seen others, these orbs. And the one they have that Jaime Maussan has, who's been an investigator of all this for years, they have one down there, and he investigated it and had all this really weird, it looks like just, ancient text. It even looks like it has sigils on it. It's very strange. So there's the orb hanging out over D.C. Nothing to see here, folks. Everything's going to be okay. A demon confessed something terrifying to a priest in 1987. Check this out.
1987. When asked what he feared most, he didn't say prayer. He didn't say worship. He said one word: fasting. And here's what most Christians don't know. There are 4 specific types of fasting that make demons flee faster than anything else. The first method is called the Daniel fast, and it's named after a prophet who used it to receive visions so powerful that angels showed up to explain them. Daniel chapter 10 tells us he ate no meat, no wine, and no rich foods for 3 weeks. What happened? An angel appeared and said, "From the first day you set your mind to gain understanding and to humble yourself before your God, your words were heard." Here's the key. Demons operate in pride. Fasting crushes pride. When you deny your flesh for God, you're declaring that He matters more than your comfort. And that level of surrender terrifies the enemy. The second method is the Esther fast. This one is intense. No food, no water for 3 days. Esther 4:16 shows us that when an entire nation faced extermination, Queen Esther called for this fast. She said, "If I perish, I perish." 3 days later, she walked into the king's presence with supernatural favor and saved her people. This fast isn't for casual situations. It's for when you're facing impossible odds and need God to move mountains. Demons thrive on fear and hopelessness. This fast breaks both. Method 3 is the one Jesus talked about. In Matthew 17, the disciples couldn't cast out a demon. Jesus did it effortlessly, then told them, "This kind does not go out except by prayer and fasting." Some demons have higher ranks. They've built strongholds over generations. Regular spiritual warfare won't cut it. You need the authority that comes from complete dependence on God. This is typically a prolonged fast, several days or even weeks, with consistent prayer. Moses fasted 40 days before receiving the 10 Commandments. Jesus fasted 40 days before starting his ministry. Both faced demonic opposition immediately after. Both won. The fourth method is the most accessible, the partial fast. You skip 1 or 2 meals and dedicate that time to prayer instead. Acts 13:2 says, "While they were worshiping the Lord and fasting, the Holy Spirit said, 'Set apart for me Barnabas and Saul.'" Notice what happened during their fast? The Holy Spirit spoke clearly. Fasting doesn't just weaken demons. It sharpens your spiritual hearing. You start discerning things you couldn't before. Lies lose their power. Temptations lose their grip. Your spirit becomes stronger than your flesh. Here's what ties all 4 methods together. Sacrifice. Demons want you comfortable, distracted, and controlled by your appetites. Fasting flips the script. It says, my body doesn't control me. God does. And when you operate from that place, hell has no leverage. So here's the truth. Fasting isn't about impressing God. He's already impressed by Jesus. Fasting is about aligning yourself with heaven's power and cutting off hell's access to your life. Every time you fast, you're making a declaration. My appetite doesn't run me, God does. And demons can't stand against that kind of surrender. If you've been battling something that won't break, an addiction, a stronghold, a situation that keeps recycling, maybe it's time to try what Jesus recommended. Pick one of these 4 methods. Start small if you need to. The Daniel fast is a great beginner option. The partial fast works for busy schedules. But whatever you choose, commit to it with prayer. Don't just skip meals. Replace them with God. Remember what that demon confessed in 1987? He feared fasting, not because it's magic, but because it proves you're serious. And when hell sees a Christian who's willing to sacrifice comfort for God's presence, they know they're dealing with someone dangerous. If this opened your eyes to something you've been missing, don't keep it to yourself.
Great message, right? Great message. I know a lot of you, I've seen you all mention, many of you utilize fasting in your lives, and I'm always saying I need to. I know I need to. It's like I already basically live, I don't eat much some days. I'm not hungry, so. But like he was saying, don't just do it like, oh, I'm just going to skip some meals, but like make sure you're spending time with the Lord right during those times. Interesting bit here from Mel Gibson.
I'm in Italy, where the food supply hasn't been messed with. There's no GMO stuff allowed. So the grain in the pasta is great. I could eat it like all day and not get porky. And all the cheeses are wonderful. Buffalo mozzarella from the Napoli region. Unpasteurized milk. It's good for the biff. Save the biff. It's your last line of defense against, all the environmental things that come to assault us. Particularly in the food supply. Okay, I'm digging it over here.
Sounds so good. Go eat some real pasta out in Italy with none of the GMOs. I mean, that's so cool. They did that. Why I wish they did that here in America. Psilocybin magic mushrooms cause you to grow new brain cells, repair damaged brain cells, and create new neural pathways that stay with you for the rest of your life. This has been scientifically proven. Psychedelics give full access to your entire brain. And that was part of what Joe Rogan was out there at the White House for last week, was legalizing it to start using psychedelics in medical treatments. Exorcists expose the deals celebrities make with the devil. So let's check some of this out. It's on Nitrous TV, and that's Chad Ripperger. All right, let's check it out.
There are certain people that are intentionally involved in the occult arts that engage in these specific things to empower themselves.
Yes, for sure. Very common.
Yeah, and it's exploding.
But does it work in the short term? I mean, does it? So the trade is in Haiti, in Africa, here, Santeria.
Yeah.
The trade is I pledge allegiance to a demon, and in exchange, I receive power or wealth.
Right.
Does that work?
So the technical term for that is a pact. You enter into a pact with a demon, right?
Yes.
No, a pact is a form of contract. And there's certain aspects of a contract. And so one of the aspects of a contract is there has to be a guarantee that you can fulfill the terms of the contract. Like, for example, if you enter into a contract for some guy to mow your lawn, but he doesn't even own a lawnmower and he's never going to bother buying one, well, then he can't fulfill the terms of the contract. The problem with the demons is because they're subject completely to Christ and cannot do anything unless he allows it, they can't guarantee they can fulfill the terms of the contract. So what that basically means is that because of the disordered act of entering into the pact, you can still become subject to them, but they may or may not be able to deliver on their side of the contract. So I've had a case of possession, or more than one, but where they...
And this is exactly what happens to 95% of artists who sign to the industry,
These people sell their souls, give themselves to the devil, create these pacts, the blood contract. I'm sure you've heard of it before, the blood contract with these demons, with the devil. And they end up having to fulfill their side of the contract by either giving their life, by either sacrifice
and destroyed. Fortunately, these people climbed out of it because they actually sought the help and did what they needed to do in order to become liberated from the diabolic influence. But a lot of people just become destroyed. There are times, however, though, that God will allow the demons to fulfill the terms of the contract. Now, what most people think is that they think, oh, well, the demon's doing what I'm asking him to do, you know. But what they don't realize is each individual time he does what they ask, they become more subject to him. Mm-hmm. And it becomes harder and harder to get out from underneath that subjection.
They're accruing debt.
Exactly.
How'd you get into this?
I was minding my own business. I'm an academic, you know, because I had was teaching in a seminary at the time, and a case in the Archdiocese of Omaha came up, and they didn't have an exorcist. And naively, I just told the Archdiocese, I said, well, get one, you know, and just find some priest. But at that time, there were only 13 exorcists in the country, and about 5 knew what they were doing. So,
damn.
I'll go and stop there. We've heard his story before. I was wanting to hear more about the celebs and stuff. But okay, he gave us a little bit. It's fair enough. And then this right here is my last clip. Old security camera video from 2021 shows bizarre footage of something not yet explained. We've seen it before. I think it's a classic in the internet kind of paranormal stuff clips. And it looks like Venom. You'll see what I mean. You may remember it now that I mentioned Venom. Guess there's no audio, but... Hi, I'm just standing around with my hands in my pocket. Be like, dude, get away from me. Fitting to get attacked. But then watch. Look at that. Is it real? This is before the AI boom. So is that real, or did they CGI it? That's the question. But it's an old school one now. It's been around for a while, and no one's ever come forward and said that they created it. You know, usually when someone fakes something, they'll eventually admit it. So you want to get that credit. We saw that with the guy with the alien creature in South America. Remember that? The big black, mangled-looking, creepy creature. And eventually he came out and told the truth. But he ran that scam for a while. I don't know if he was making money here, but either way. So there you go, man. Venom. Or not. That's the last clip. So thank you guys, man. Still got over 900 awesome, cool, interesting, critically thinking individuals. Man, really, though, I appreciate your time. Always. And thank you, Tamara. And just good to see everybody, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so very much, man. Great to have you here. Always before I leave, I got to leave you with the most important information I can share with you while keeping in mind I am no preacher, pastor, priest, or prophet. But I do love Jesus. Uh-oh. There we go. Where is it? I'll do that. I do love Jesus, and then that's part of our mission, is sharing the gospel. And that's what I've been doing for years now, as far as trying to show you what the condition of the world is and how it matches up with what the Bible tells us. And here we are. We're deep into it. In end times biblical prophecy, it's actually playing out right now, man. So the most important choice you can make if you haven't made it yet is to choose Jesus Christ. And if you already have him, I hope you're just growing closer to him, every day. In Acts 2:38, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of your sins, and you will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. The baptism thing is something that you don't have to do, okay? It's like more of a public acknowledgement of being saved or getting saved. But salvation is found in no one else, for there is no other name under heaven given to mankind by which we must be saved, and that name is Jesus Christ, because he is the way, the truth, and the life. He's the only way to heaven. He even says, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. That's from Jesus. So you have to go through the Son to the Father. Why it shouldn't be such a scary and crazy thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. He's trying to help you. He's trying to save you. And when you're filled with the Holy Spirit, it can help you battle your sins. These things that have taken control of you, these things that rule you, things you feel like you'll never be able to stop. Trust me, I was there at one point in my life, but he removes things that when you got to be sick of it. That's the thing. When you get to the point you're tired of being a slave to things, man, you turn to him. It's amazing. So just confess with your mouth, I'm a sinner. Jesus, I need to be saved. Please save me, And then believe in your heart. His story is so true. It's the truth. We're dealing with the Creator that came here in the flesh, lived a perfect life, died a horrible, brutal death, was buried, resurrected 3 days later, ascended to heaven. He's coming back for his bride. 622. Coming back for his bride, and that's coming soon. We're right on the edge. But yeah, man, please give him a chance. You've tried it your way, right, for a long time, and just give it a chance. It's not a religious thing. You don't have to go buy a suit and go to church. I mean, if that's part of your walk, he wants for you, he'll get you there. But you don't have to start off like that, man. It can be, it could be anywhere. You could be alone right now and do it. But just mean it. That's what matters. Mean it, believe it, know it's true, and then get to know him, man. Follow him. Pick up your cross. Follow him. Read the Bible. Ask him to help you. Might be easier just to start with the Gospels. Go Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Read the red letters, anything Jesus said, whatever it takes. But it won't be complicated, man. He'll help you, okay? So I hope you make that choice. All right. Let me say a prayer, too. Heavenly Father, thank you, of course, so much for these shows, for the platform, that, in fact, I can still be here all this time, and that's due to all these wonderful people out here, these friends, this family, these supporters. Thank you so much for all of them, Father. I pray you bless them as they've blessed me. It's been incredible. So thanks for being here with us in spirit also, Lord. And please help us all, of course, to help you in the kingdom, for the kingdom while we're here, in any which way you choose. Please help us, utilize us. And thank you for that. Give us the courage to carry out whichever missions you may have. And I also pray we're found worthy to escape all the horrible things coming upon this earth. I also pray you help us to continue to love each other as brothers and sisters in Christ, and to be really good with each other. Let our love grow for each other and also out to the world, right? So thank you for all this, Father. We love you very much. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, guys, let me jump back over here with you guys now. Throw a little background up. Dang, it's been a busy couple days, I got to say. So once again, if you didn't see, go check out my new video that I just posted yesterday. Also, drop by and check out the live show we did last night. We had a lot of fun with it. Some very interesting clips and stories, so I hope you check those out. Thanks, Tamara, of course, my friend, for everything. And thank you, guys. Yes, you. All right? I always appreciate your precious time. It means everything. It's a real blessing, man. To be here all these years later, I still have a great crew of people, and I really appreciate you guys. I love you. Love you in Christ. So what's coming up next? Monday, we'll do a uncensored over on the Mean Green website on Grumble, all right? And that'll be at 2 p.m. Central Standard at the KJ Osborne channel, OZBORNE. Great idea to follow and subscribe, Star. Please do, and thank you so much for those that do, because I post everything there. Everything goes there. Even if I'm not posting on YouTube, it'll go on Subscribe Star. And thank you so much again for those that are over there and have propped me up for years there when I was off YouTube. Thank you, and that you're still my solid support. So I appreciate you so much, guys. Thanks again to the members. I'll get a Chubbs video up this week for you, and I'm gonna consider, I don't know, I'll let you know, but maybe I'll figure out this week or next, but I'll post up and I'll let you know about a show on over on Grumble. We'll do an Epstein file show, and I'll pull them up, and then we'll just go live and be like, hey man, whose name should we look for, and just kind of see. We know we're not going to get everything. We know a lot of it's redacted, but this is the biggest file dump they've done, so might as well, right? I think it could be fun. All right. Anyway, man, really appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend, y'all, and I'll see you in a couple days over on Grumble, okay? And thanks again. Thanks again, Tamara. Have a good one, and I'll see you guys later.